Chapter 4401. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that there was a difference in strength between supreme experts. And now, according to the surrounding crowd, the demon sovereign of the Qi Ming Mountain, that omnipotent great demon, was obviously much stronger than the 5 omnipotent great demons of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City. But even if the 5 supreme experts join forces, they still can't beat it. Seeing the fear in the people around him, Duan Lingtian's face became very serious. How powerful was the supreme expert of the great demon that it was not afraid of the 5 supreme experts joining forces? A woo! Roar! 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 Before Duan Lingtian could recover from the shock in his heart, the roars of the demonic beasts entered his ears like thunder. These sounds were getting closer and closer. In addition, he could hear the rumbling of buildings being flattened. The great demon of the dark Qi Mountain is coming. Run! Run! People around him jumped into the air and fled in all directions. Bang! A loud sound rang out as an ape-type great demon suddenly appeared in the sky above the inn. Its huge body seemed to blot out the sky as it stomped down on the two of them. During this process, a terrifying force swept the 2 people and exploded them into a bloody mist. Humans are too weak. After the giant ape stomped the 2 people to death, its huge foot sank into the courtyard at the side of the inn. At the same time, it casually threw out 2 punches. The terrifying fist force wreaked havoc, killing the fleeing figures one after another. Of course, there were also some people who escaped because they were stronger. In the inn, sand and stones were flying everywhere. Everyone was fleeing. However, not long after, some people let out desperate cries. Then, there were loud sounds coming from the surroundings. Obviously, there were other great demons around. This is just an ordinary great demon of the dark Qi Mountain? Looking at the giant ape in front of him, Duan Lingtian seemed to be calm, but in fact, his heart was in turmoil. Although this giant ape was not as strong as the great demons of the sea that he met when he came to the outer world, it was not far away. Moreover, this was only one of the greater demons that had attacked the Dancing Sun City this time. In the eyes of the giant ape, the humans in front of it were its prey. Any human who saw it would flee in all directions, and it enjoyed the pleasure of an eagle catching a chick. However, a moment later, he discovered that in this huge human courtyard, there was a human standing there motionlessly as if he was possessed. Scared silly by me? The giant ape subconsciously thought so. However, this human gigolo is really an eyesore standing there. The one targeted by the giant ape was none other than Duan Lingtian. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian stood in the same place and did not move at all. The giant ape in front of him was not a threat to him. I can smash such a gigolo human to death with one punch. With that thought in mind, the huge ape casually threw a punch at Duan Lingtian. Immediately, lightning shot out in all directions. The huge ape was proficient in the law of lightning. At the same time, the heavenly anomaly of 1,000 miles of weak light appeared. In the outer world, the heavenly anomaly of 1,000 miles of weak light was equivalent to the heavenly anomaly of 1,000,000 miles of light in the reverse God realm battlefield. Such a level of law was considered good even among upper-level ultimate gods. The giant ape was also a upper ultimate god great demon. In the face of the giant ape's punch, Duan Lingtian did not meet it head-on nor did he dodge. He just waved his hand and the power of the law of space swept out and directly dissolved the force of the giant ape's punch. The entire process was understated. The giant ape's pupil shrank sharply at this moment. This human is so strong. The giant ape's heart trembled, and he did not dare to be careless. Blood chi surrounded his body as he used his trump card, the power of blood of his clan. A moment later, blood energy appeared around the giant ape's body and intertwined with the lightning. It looked like blood-colored lightning. Then, the giant ape charged at Duan Lingtian again. This time, he was completely serious. However, in the face of the giant ape's all-out attack, Duan Lingtian waved his hand again and directly sent the giant ape flying. With a loud thud, the giant ape landed in a corner of the inn and crushed a large number of buildings. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian teleported closer. The sword in his hand flashed as he condensed his divine power into a sword. He placed it in front of the giant ape's huge head and pointed it between its eyebrows. "You're no match for me," Duan Ling Tian said as he glanced at the giant ape indifferently. Although he easily crushed the giant ape, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to kill the giant ape. He did not even intend to let the giant ape see blood. What a joke. This giant ape was only one of the many great demons in the Qiming Mountain. If he killed or seriously injured this great demon, he might attract a group of great demons to besiege him. At that time, even if he could fight against all the demons alone, he would become the target of everyone. He might even be targeted by the demon venerable of the Qiming Mountain. Once he was targeted by that supreme great demon, he would definitely die. "Human, why don't you kill me?" The giant ape struggled to get up and looked at the pretty boy in front of him blankly. For the first time, it felt that this pretty boy was quite pleasing to the eye. In the face of the giant ape's question, Duan Lingtian ignored it and flew away in a flash. This was because he had already spread out his divine consciousness and found that several great demons were rushing in his direction. It was as if they had sensed the giant ape's danger. This giant ape is popular. No, it's popular. Demonic fate is not bad. In just a short while, there are already other great demons rushing over. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he flew away. After leaving the inn, Duan Lingtian moved like a loach in the middle of the battle between the great demons and humans. Occasionally, some great demons would attack him, but he would easily avoid them. With his strength, as long as the supreme great demon of the Qiming Mountain did not attack him personally, he could definitely protect himself in front of the other great demons of the Qiming Mountain. That human is very strong. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that he had been targeted by several extremely powerful great demons. In the void, there were 3 great demons gathered together. One was a flying great demon, one was a walking great demon, and one was a scaled great demon. At this moment, they were staring at Duan Lingtian. The one who spoke first was the walking great demon of the 3 demons. This walking great demon had a body as large as a mountain. It looked like a tiger or leopard, but its head was like a deer. It also had 3 antlers on its head. If there was a human or great demon familiar with the Qiming Mountain here, they would definitely be shocked when they saw these 3 demons. This was because these were the 3 demons of the Qiming Mountain, second only to the Demon Master. They were the best of the best among the superior ultimate gods. Taiyu, your adopted son was almost killed by him just now. You really can sit still. The flying great demon chuckled as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Haha, Taiyu must have noticed that the human did not intend to kill him. Otherwise, how could he sit still? The scaled great demon laughed and said, however, that human strength is indeed very strong. Even we may not be his match if we don't use the supreme divine weapon given by the Demon Master. Such a strong human. Could he be from the 5 great clans? Not necessarily. If he was from the 5 great clans, he would have already gone to the inner city. Why would he run in the opposite direction? At this moment, the direction Duan Lingtian was heading in was the opposite direction of the outer city wall. He did not want to stay in this place any longer. He wanted to leave. He did not kill a single demon of the Qiming Mountain, so he did not really offend the Qiming Mountain. Even if the supreme great demon of the Qiming Mountain found out that he wanted to leave, he might not have the time to stop him personally. As for the other demons, he was not afraid at all. Those great demons would not be able to stop him. Just as Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer to the city wall and evading many great demons along the way. Qiming Demon Master, are you provoking the 5 of us? A loud and heavy voice came from the inner city of Dancing Sun City. The voice was thunderous and filled with anger. In the blink of an eye, the voice spread throughout Dancing Sun City. End of chapter. The one who spoke first was the walking great demon of the 3 demons. This walking great demon had a body as large as a mountain. It looked like a tiger or leopard, but its head was like a deer. It also had 3 antlers on its head. If there was a human or great demon familiar with the Qiming Mountain here, they would definitely be shocked when they saw these 3 demons. This was because these were the 3 demons of the Qiming Mountain, second only to the Demon Master. They were the best of the best among the superior ultimate gods. Taiyu, your adopted son was almost killed by him just now. You really can sit still. The flying great demon chuckled as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Haha, Taiyu must have noticed that the human did not intend to kill him. Otherwise, how could he sit still? The scaled great demon laughed and said, however, that human strength is indeed very strong. Even we may not be his match if we don't use the supreme divine weapon given by the demon master. Such a strong human. Could he be from the 5 great clans? Not necessarily. If he was from the 5 great clans, he would have already gone to the inner city. Why would he run in the opposite direction? At this moment, the direction Duan Ling Tian was heading in was the opposite direction of the outer city wall. He did not want to stay in this place any longer. He wanted to leave. He did not kill a single demon of the Qiming Mountain, so he did not really offend the Qiming Mountain. Even if the supreme great demon of the Qiming Mountain found out that he wanted to leave, he might not have the time to stop him personally. As for the other demons, he was not afraid at all. Those great demons would not be able to stop him. Just as Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer to the city wall and evading many great demons along the way. Qiming Demon Master, are you provoking the 5 of us? A loud and heavy voice came from the inner city of Dancing Sun City. The voice was thunderous and filled with anger. In the blink of an eye, the voice spread throughout Dancing Sun City. End of chapter. Will they be willing to coexist peacefully with me? Why should we coexist peacefully? The world-cleansing divine water said indifferently, you should follow them wherever they gather. If they attack you, all you have to do is defend yourself. Do you think they have the ability to kill you? Moreover, in my opinion, you should follow the giant monkey who attacked you earlier. You spared his life earlier. Based on their character, they won't bite the hand that feeds them. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear that it had recognized the giant monkey. Sister Water, are you that pessimistic about the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. He kept having the feeling that it was slightly rash to entrust his life to a supreme expert of the Nether Qi Mountain. That's not the case. The world-cleansing divine water said, since the supreme expert of the Qi Ming Mountain dares to come here so openly, it means he's confident. The 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City might have some trump cards up their sleeves as well. The choice I'm giving you is actually the safest choice. Think about it. If you mingle with the people of the 5 great clans and the supreme expert of the Qi Ming Mountain wins, do you think he'll spare a human like you? If you mingle with the supreme experts of the Qi Ming Mountain, even if the supreme expert of the Qi Ming Mountain loses, the supreme experts of the 5 great clans won't kill a human like you. At that time, you can just choose a few supreme experts and kill them. At that time, the people of the 5 great clans might have a good impression of you and might even invite you to join their clans. There are only a handful of higher ultimate gods like you even in the 5 major clans. Duan Lingtian finally understood the world-cleansing divine water's intentions after listening to its words. At the same time, he realized the world-cleansing divine water had chosen the safest path for him. Whoosh! With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he began to travel through the Dancing Sun City. At this moment, Dancing Sun City was filled with broken walls. The originally bustling streets were now in ruins, along with the collapse of the roadside houses. It felt as though the end of the world had arrived. Moreover, along the way, Duan Lingtian could see blood everywhere. In some places, the blood seemed to have transformed into a small stream that flowed endlessly through the ruins. Many people were still trying to escape, but they were all killed by the supreme experts. Occasionally, a few of the stronger ones would be besieged by the supreme experts. Although the 5 great clans' businesses were located in the outer city of the Dancing Sun City, the people of the 5 great clans who were in the businesses immediately returned to the inner city when the incident happened in the city. The Dancing Sun City's law enforcement team had also returned to the 5 great clans. They could usually do whatever they wanted in the Dancing Sun City and maintain the law and order of the city because the people they had to deal with were limited in strength. Moreover, they were backed by the 5 great clans. But this time, the ones who had barged into the Dancing Sun City were a group of demonic beasts led by an extremely powerful great demon. They were not something the enforcers could contend against. They even received a message from their clans asking them to return to their clans as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary casualties. As for those who were not from the 5 great clans, they were naturally abandoned. Founded. Soon, Duan Lingtian found the giant ape who attacked the inn and was defeated by him. At this moment, the giant ape was no longer alone. There were 2 other beasts beside him. One of the beasts was a flying beast. Its body was covered in golden feathers that shone with a sharp luster. The other beast was also a flying beast. Its body was black and looked like a bat. There were dark green lines on its body. Vaguely, one could see blood vessels crisscrossing on them. It looked very horrifying. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared near the giant ape and the other 2 great demons. At this moment, the 3 great demons had joined forces to destroy a towering building. Moreover, they were killing those who were trying to escape. Many people begged for mercy, but it was no use. Corpses were everywhere and wails were everywhere. It's you. Finally, the giant ape noticed Duan Lingtian. Its pupils shrank and its huge body seemed to be frightened. It staggered back a few steps. At this moment, the other 2 great demons had also regained their senses. They no longer continued to chase after the person who had fled. Instead, they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian in unison. What are you going to do? The giant ape looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze filled with fear. Chapter 4403. Although the giant ape did not have any ill feelings towards the human in front of it, since the human had the ability to kill it, he had spared its life. Although humans and demons were different, it did not stop it from remembering the human's kindness of sparing its life. Their tribe had always been straightforward and did not have any tricks up their sleeves. Now that the human had appeared again, the first thought that appeared in its mind was whether the human had changed his mind and came back to kill it. Nothing much. Faced with the giant ape's vigilance, Duan Lingtian merely smiled. I just saw that the battle between the ultimate powerhouses is about to begin, so I wanted to find someone to watch and chat with. I've just arrived in Dancing Sun City, and I don't know anyone, so I wanted to find you to watch and chat with. That's all? The giant ape frowned. It was obvious that it did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. He still remembered that his foster father had told him that humans were very cunning. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, the 2 flying demons beside him turned their sharp gazes to Duan Lingtian. Taming Sha, you know this human? He's the human who defeated me earlier. The giant ape stared at Duan Lingtian as it replied to its companion in a deep voice. So, it's him. When the 2 flying demons heard this, they looked at Duan Lingtian again with a hint of fear. After all, their strength was only on par with the giant ape and Taming Sha. Human. After a while, the big demon that looked like a bat stared at Duan Lingtian. Its eyes shone with wisdom as it said in a deep voice, "We owe you a favor for sparing Taming Sha earlier. We'll repay you for sparing his life. Now that you're here, I don't think it's as simple as watching the battle between the ultimate powerhouses, right? You want to use this as an excuse to escape, right? If I'm not wrong, you're definitely not from the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City. Also, you chose to look for Taming Sha again. I'm sure you think that you can stay out of this battle, regardless of whether the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City win or the demon sovereign of Mount Galloping Underworld wins." Although Duan Lingtian maintained a calm expression on his face, he could not help but feel waves of shock surging in his heart when the avian great demon finished speaking. When he looked at the other party once more, his gaze was filled with surprise. He had never expected that this bat demon, who looked so unassuming and even a little intimidating, would be so meticulous and see through what he wanted to do with just a few words. What happened? Unlike the bat great demon, the ape Taming Sha and the other avian great demon looked at the bat great demon with curiosity in their eyes. The bat great demon immediately said, "This human came to find Taming Sha because he wanted to use the favor he had shown Taming Sha in order to help Taming Sha survive the calamity of Dancing Sun City. Of course, he's not sure if the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City or the demon sovereign of Mount Galloping Underworld will win. However, he's here. No matter who wins, he'll most likely be able to escape unscathed." As the bat demon's words hit the nail on the head, both the other bird demon and the giant ape Tamang Sha came to a realization. Humans are indeed cunning. Tamang Sha's gaze turned hostile when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was looking at the bat demon. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. I really didn't expect you to see through my intentions. I thought great demons were all simple-minded and well-developed. I didn't expect there to be a great demon as intelligent as you. Now, Duan Ling Tian was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He had no intention of hiding anything. Moreover, there was no point in hiding anything. He might as well be frank and honest. He just wanted to survive. Human. The giant ape Tamang Sha looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, I'll cooperate with you in whatever you want to do. However, after this, we'll be even. I, Tamang Sha, no longer owe you anything. Unlike the bat demon that was intelligent, Tamang Sha was a lot simpler. He spoke in a straightforward manner without any sloppiness. Of course, Duan Ling Tian smiled. He had been waiting for Tamang Sha to say this. After reaching a consensus, Duan Ling Tian and the three great demons stayed together. The three great demons did not continue hunting the human cultivators in Dancing Sun City. Instead, they looked up at the sky with Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a 3-meter-tall muscular figure appeared in the sky above Dancing Sun City. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he was extremely resolute. His entire body exuded a masculine aura. This 3-meter-tall muscular man in a gray robe was currently looking in the direction of the inner city. Over there, 5 figures gradually appeared. Behind the 3-meter-tall muscular man, 3 great demons also appeared. They were a flying great demon, a walking great demon, and a scaly great demon. These 3 great demons are the 3 strongest great demons under Demon Honorable Crimson Light? Duan Ling Tian did not know much about the Qiming Mountain in the past. He had never even heard of it. However, he had clearly heard the discussions and exclamations of the group of people in the inn earlier. Because of that, he had learned some information about the Qiming Mountain from those people. He knew that there were 3 great demons under the Qiming Mountain's strongest great demon. They were the cream of the crop among the top high-level supreme gods. Each of them had comprehended the law to the small perfection realm. In the outer realm, the power of law would appear, and there would be a heaven and earth vision that illuminated 100,000 miles. In the realm battlefield of the god-defying realm, there would be a heaven and earth vision that illuminated 100 million miles. That kind of heaven and earth vision was enough to cover half of the realm battlefield. Qiming Demon Honorable, I spared your life back then. I didn't expect you to dare to provoke us. Today, the 5 of us will join forces to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you in Sundance City. As soon as the indifferent voice sounded, Duan Ling Tian saw the 5 blurry figures in the sky above the inner city of Dancing Sun City began to solidify. Almost as soon as this voice sounded, Duan Ling Tian was shocked to find that the 5 of them had disappeared right under his nose. In the next instant, he heard an earth-shattering explosion. Bang! With a loud bang, he did not even have time to see what had happened. A terrifying airwave had already fallen from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it crushed all the buildings in the outer city of Sundance City. Only the buildings in the inner city of Sundance City were intact because of the protective clan formation of the 5 great clans. Even so, one could still see a resplendent light rising from the direction of the inner city. Then, that light dimmed again. It was obvious that the protective clan formation of the 5 great clans had consumed a lot of energy. Spared my life back then? Venerable Qi Ming's cold voice reverberated in and around Dancing Sun City. Back then, my venerable Qi Ming Mountain had never made things difficult for the 5 of you or your descendants. However, for your own selfish desires, you actually plotted to kill my son. You wanted to extract his heart's blood essence and refine it into a divine pill so that your descendants could be reborn. You didn't kill me back then because you wanted to spare my life, or because you couldn't. You know very well in your hearts. Today, not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill the so-called genius disciples behind the 5 of you who used my son's life to be reborn. Then, I'll exterminate the clans behind you and remove the 5 great clans from the outer realm. Qiming Demon Honorable's voice became colder as he spoke. When Duan Lingtian heard Qiming Demon Honorable's words, his heart trembled at the same time. He finally knew why Qiming Demon Honorable was here. He was here to avenge his son. Back then, the 5 great clans of Sundance City had joined forces to plot to kill Qiming Demon Honorable's son and extract the essence of his heart in order to cultivate their genius disciples. Not all humans are good people. Not all demons are evil demons. Duan Lingtian's ears rang again. What his master, Feng Qingyang, had said to him in the past. In fact, he had long felt this in his heart. In fact, he had felt this way when he was still in the mundane realm. Chapter 4404. What? The old ancestor did such a thing? He actually took the initiative to provoke this person from the Qiming Mountain, killed his son, extracted his blood essence, and nurtured the next generation of prodigies? So that's how it is. I was wondering why the Qiming Mountain and our Dancing Sun City had always stayed out of each other's business. So this is the reason why they suddenly came to kill us. This great demon from the Qiming Mountain has been lying low for many years. Now that he has come to kill us, he must be confident. In the inner city of Dancing Sun City, the people from the 5 great clans were shocked when they heard the Qiming demon venerate's words. It was not until now that they knew there was such a grudge between the 5 great clans and the Qiming Mountain. Most importantly, they did not know about it beforehand. At this moment, most of them could not help but complain. After all, they did not have any vested interests. Now, they had to bear the danger together. When there were benefits to be had, they were not. Now that they had to take the blame for someone who came looking for trouble because of some benefits, how could they be willing? Of course, they knew it was useless no matter how unwilling they were. They had no say in the clans and could only be manipulated by others. At this moment, their hearts were filled with worry. Although the Qiming Mountain was a great demon force, they must be confident since they dared to come to their doorstep. Moreover, the demon venerable from the Qiming Mountain had declared that he would annihilate the 5 great clans. No matter how they looked at it, it did not seem like he was joking. However, they felt that it was impossible for the demon venerable to defeat the 5 strongest people from the 5 great clans on his own. However, based on the demon venerate's strength, it seemed like victory was in his hands. Qiming Demon Venerate, although your strength has improved compared to before, it's still impossible for you to defeat the 5 of us together. I'll give you one more chance. Quickly take your great demon and leave. If you do that, the 5 great clans will let bygones be bygones. An arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Clearly, this was the voice of one of the 5 supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans. After the terrifying energy dissipated, the turbulent clouds in the sky also dispersed. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, could see the scene in the sky clearly. A tall figure was standing opposite the 5 people. Among the 5 people, there was an old man, a middle-aged man, a young man, a beautiful woman, and an old woman. Obviously, they were the 5 powerhouses of the 5 clans. At that moment, the person who spoke was the middle-aged man. Unlike the calm and tranquil atmosphere high up in the sky, the dust within the Dancing Sun City had dispersed. Duan Lingtian, who was flying up with the 3 great yaos beside him, looked down and saw that the Dancing Sun City's interior was littered with corpses and broken walls. It was a complete wasteland. At this moment, there were still many survivors, but they were all being hunted down by the greater demons. In the huge outer city, Duan Lingtian was the only human left. No great demons attacked him. This was because the 3 great yaos beside Duan Lingtian were all well-known great yaos in the Qiming Mountain. Perhaps they were not the strongest under the Qiming Demon Venerable, but their backgrounds were the most shocking. Not to mention others, the great ape Tamang Sha's adoptive father was one of the 3 strongest great yaos under the Qiming Demon Venerable. In the Qiming Mountain, even the great yaos who were stronger than him did not dare to provoke him easily. Therefore, seeing that the 3 great yaos did not have the intention to attack Duan Lingtian, even if the other great yaos did not understand, they did not intervene to deal with Duan Lingtian. This is a fight between supreme powerhouses? Duan Lingtian looked at the city below his feet, his eyes filled with horror. At this moment, except for the confinement light that enveloped the city. The entire outer city walls of the dancing Sun City were all knocked down. They were either turned into dust or broken walls. Blood flowed continuously in the outer city. It might be an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a river, but it was not an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a stream. If it was not for the supreme demon venerable of the chiming mountain's power that enveloped the dancing Sun City, the destruction just now would not have been limited to this. Moreover, they must have held back just now. Or rather, they tried their best to concentrate their power during the fight. After all, there were not only the people from the 5 great clans below them, but also the demons of the chiming mountain. They must have taken the safety of these people and demons into consideration when they fought. They must not have let too much of their power fall. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. At the same time, he was further aware of how terrifying the supreme powerhouses were. After all, today was the first time he had seen a fight between supreme powerhouses. Of course, to be honest, he could not say that he had seen a fight between supreme powerhouses. This was because when the 6 supreme powerhouses were fighting just now, the terrifying power swept out in all directions. Although he tried his best to see the situation clearly, he could not see it clearly at all. Or perhaps, even without the interference of the power, his eyesight could not keep up with the speed of their fight. However, Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at the 6 supreme powerhouses in the sky. Finally, his gaze fell on the chiming demon venerable of the chiming mountain, although it seemed that the 6 of them were fine now. However, when Duan Lingtian observed carefully, he was shocked to find that the aura of the chiming demon venerable was obviously much more disorderly now. Although the aura of the supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans was also somewhat disorderly, it was far from that of the chiming demon venerable. Just now, the chiming demon venerable must have been at a disadvantage, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was the voice of the Bat Great Demon. Do these 5 old fellows really think that the demon venerable came alone? What a joke! As soon as the Bat Great Demon said that, Duan Lingtian's pupils contracted subconsciously. From what the Bat Great Demon said, the chiming demon venerable had helpers. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, Demon Venerate Qi Ming's voice rang in the air again. That's easy to say. You don't want to continue fighting with me because you are worried that you will be injured in the fight with me. I have to say that although the 5 of you have not improved much over the years, there are still some small improvements after all. As soon as the chiming demon venerable said that, the faces of the 5 supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans darkened slightly. After the fight just now, it was not difficult for them to realize that their improvement over the years was far inferior to that of the chiming demon venerable. Not to mention a one-on-one fight. Even if any 3 of them joined forces, they would probably only be able to fight to a draw with the chiming demon venerable. If the 5 of them joined forces, they might be able to take down the chiming demon venerable, but they would definitely have to pay a huge price. It was certain that everyone would be injured. In fact, 1 or 2 of them might even die. To them, even if they were injured, they would not allow it, let alone die. How would they deal with the next heavenly tribulation if they were injured? Big Brother Frost King, please come out and help me kill these 5 people. Just as the supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans were looking gloomy, the chiming demon venerable suddenly shook his body and bowed slightly to the sky in front of him. Almost at the next moment, ha ha, a hearty laughter sounded from the sky. Following that, a frightening cold chi also descended. In the next moment, white snow floated in the sky above the entire dancing Sun City. Gusts of cold wind raged, as if this huge city had entered winter. Chapter 4405. White snow covered the sky, and cold wind blew. It was as if winter had arrived. Moreover, this bone-piercing coldness was unlike the coldness of an ordinary winter. Even with Duan Lingtian's cultivation base and strength, he still felt the coldness enter his body and penetrate his heart at this moment. The other 3 great monsters beside him had already used their divine power to expel the cold. Clearly, they were under more pressure than Duan Lingtian. Is this a supreme master who specializes in the law of ice? Duan Lingtian used his divine power to expel the cold as he looked up at the sky. As Qiming Demon Venerable spoke, the figure of the blue-clothed young man gradually appeared with the white snow and cold wind. This was a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall. His face was handsome and resolute, and his eyebrows were dashing. He was wearing a long blue robe, and his long hair danced in the wind. It was also green in color. He appeared with a hearty laugh, and in the blink of an eye, he was already beside Qiming Demon Venerable. Even though he was not as tall as Qiming Demon Venerable, his aura was not weak at all. In fact, it felt like he was even stronger. Frost King. At this moment, the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great families in Dancing Sun City who were facing Qiming Demon Venerable had already changed their expressions slightly when they heard Qiming Demon Venerable call out to the newcomer. At this moment, when they saw the blue-clothed young man standing in front of them, their eyes narrowed almost at the same time. Then, fear appeared on their faces. Frost King? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered slightly. Judging from the reactions of the 5 supreme masters in Dancing Sun City, this person did not seem to be an ordinary person. There was no doubt that he was a supreme master. Perhaps he was even more powerful than Qiming Demon Venerable. Otherwise, why would Qiming Demon Venerable be so polite just now? Moreover, when Qiming Demon Venerable asked the other party to come out, his expression and actions were clearly very humble. The only person who could make him behave like this was a supreme master who was not weaker than him. Your Excellency, austere king. The old woman of the Dancing Sun City looked at the frigid king and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. We, the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City, and even the 5 of us, have no grudges with you in the past. You wouldn't help Qiming attack us, would you? Han Wang. She had never expected that Demon Venerable Qiming would invite this person over. Even though this person was only a rogue cultivator, his strength was stronger than Qiming's martial highness. Although she had long heard that the other party had been living in seclusion for the past few years, and she had once wanted to get close to him, she had never imagined that their first meeting would be under such circumstances. Your Excellency, austere king. Another old man among the 5 most powerful masters of the Dancing Sun City slightly bowed to the Icy King. Today, as long as you don't interfere with the matter between us and the Qiming Mountain, our 5 families are willing to give you a generous gift that will satisfy you, Your Excellency. Just a moment ago, he had already communicated with the other 4 people by his side. If the Icy King was willing to back down, their 5 families were willing to give him a generous gift. Otherwise, if the Icy King's strength was as terrifying as the rumors said, even if he couldn't kill all of them by joining forces with Qiming, he was still confident that he could kill 1 or 2, or even 2 or 3 of them. Moreover, once the Icy King and Qiming joined forces, the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City would definitely be destroyed. Even if some of them could survive, they would only be able to survive by running away. Is that so? Hearing the old man's words, the Icy King took a step forward with a gentle smile on his face. He didn't look like a supreme master who brought cold winter to the Dancing Sun City at all. Instead, he looked like a gentle and refined person. Of course, seeing the Icy King step forward with a smile on his face, the 5 powerful masters of the 5 great clans were stunned at first, but in the next moment, they all revealed brilliant smiles. The Icy King was tempted. This was a good thing. Your Excellency, as long as you agree today, our 5 great clans are willing to open our treasure vaults and even our storage rings, and let you take whatever you want. Yes, Your Excellency, our 5 great clans are very sincere. The 5 supreme masters all expressed their views. Haha, the Icy King laughed out loud. Then, his figure flashed and directly flew towards the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. At the same time, he laughed heartily and said, Qiming, the benefits they offered have moved my heart. I'm sorry. In the blink of an eye, the Icy King was already not far away from the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. And the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans naturally wouldn't be so stupid to approach the Icy King without any precautions. Although the Icy King took the initiative to show goodwill, they still maintained their vigilance. because everything was going too smoothly. It was so smooth that they found it unbelievable. Icy King, you. Qi Ming's expression changed greatly. Then, his eyes turned cold as he stared at the Icy King with a gloomy expression. Don't forget, you also took my things. As his voice fell, he looked at the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. The 5 of you. Don't tell me you really believe that the Icy King is willing to help you at the last minute? Now, if he can break his promise to me, he can also break his promise to you. The current Qi Ming was rather flustered and exasperated. Roar, a woo. At the same time, seeing that their demon Venerable was so angry, the group of great demons from Qi Ming Mountain were also enraged. Even the 3 great demons beside Duan Lingtian had faces full of anger. Their eyes were cold. If looks could kill, then the Icy King would have been killed countless times by them. Only Duan Lingtian was stunned by the scene in front of him. A supreme master seemed to be no different from an ordinary person. At this moment, the lofty and glorious image that the supreme master had built in the depths of his heart publicly collapsed. Of course, at this moment, he still felt that something was wrong. If the Icy King was really someone who would change sides so easily, why would the demon Venerable Qi Ming take the risk to invite him here? Now, if the Icy King really stood on the side of the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City and joined forces with the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans, it would be impossible for the demon Venerable Qi Ming to escape even if he wanted to. Just now, he heard from the giant ape tower, Meng Sha, that this Icy King was a reclusive supreme master. His strength was even stronger than Qi Ming's. It was also because of this that Qi Ming had the confidence to attack the Dancing Sun City and point his sword at the 5 supreme masters of the Dancing Sun City. When the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans saw that the demon Venerable Qi Ming was flustered and exasperated, their originally tense faces relaxed a little, but only a little. Even now, they did not dare to completely trust the Icy King. The 5 of you, open up your storage rings and your clan's treasury for me to search. Once I get what I want, I will leave immediately. The Icy King looked at the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans and said straightforwardly. When the 5 supreme masters heard this, 2 of them hesitated, but the other 3 did not hesitate at all. They immediately took out the treasures of their clans from the depths of the inner city of the Dancing Sun City. Although it was called a clan's treasury, it was actually a divine artifact that could store items. Then, they directly opened up their clan's treasury and their storage rings in front of the Icy King, allowing him to search. Your Excellency Icy King, please kindly accept this. The remaining 2 did not hesitate at this time. They waved their hands and took out their clan's treasury, together with their storage rings, and opened it in front of the Icy King. At this moment, the group of people in the 5 great clans, although they were a little unwilling, they knew that there was no other way. The 5 ancestors, as supreme masters, would definitely not be the ones to suffer losses. To be able to make them act like this, it must be this supreme master who had just arrived that made them feel fear. The clan's treasures. I'm afraid we will lose a lot this time. This time, the price is not small. Many people sighed in their hearts. As for the Icy King, when the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans opened up their clan's treasury and storage rings, he did not hesitate to extend his divine sense and search for the treasures he wanted. I'll take this. Coal dust grass, not bad. I'll take all of it. And this, high up in the sky, the Icy King was there picking the treasures he wanted, and he did not hold back in the slightest. When Duan Lingtian saw this scene, even if he had more than enough worries, he could not help but covet it. I don't know when I'll be able to have the strength to make 5 supreme experts allow me to look through their belongings and plunder their treasures. As a bystander, I find it satisfying to watch this kind of thing. How great would it be if I were the person involved? Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City would probably kill him at the first moment. To them, Qi Ming and the Icy King were tyrannical opponents, and it was difficult to defeat or kill them. However, the current Duan Lingtian was no different from an ant in their eyes. All right. After the Icy King obtained everything he wanted, He did not care about the ugly expressions of the 5 supreme masters and nodded his head in satisfaction. His face was filled with a smile of harvest. The 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans had never imagined that this icy king would be so ruthless. He had plundered all the valuable treasures in their clan's treasury and storage rings. If it wasn't for the fact that their respective clans had other hidden treasures, all the treasures of their 5 great clans would have been taken away by the Icy King today. Your Excellency Icy King, since you've obtained everything, can you leave now? Although the young man among the 5 supreme masters spoke politely, his voice was faintly trembling. It was obvious that his emotions were on the verge of losing control. At this moment, the gazes of the other members of the 5 great clans all landed on the Icy King. If the departure of this supreme master could be exchanged for the survival of the clan, it would be worth it to give up some worldly possessions. However, in the next moment, the Icy King's words caused them to be stunned. After being stunned for a moment, they all flew into a rage. Why should I leave? The Icy King's indifferent words drifted through the dancing Sun City, following which the entire city fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 4406. Why should I leave? As soon as King Han finished speaking, not only were the 5 supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans silent, but even Duan Ling Tian and the group of great demons from the galloping Nether Mountain were stunned. Did the frigid king want to go back on his words? Qi Ming, do it. In the next instant, King Han's voice sounded again. It was earth-shattering. When everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, heard this, the first thought that appeared in their minds was, how could a powerhouse do such a thing? Obviously, the frigid king was trying to cheat the 5 families of their treasures. Frigid king, how dare you? The 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans also came to their senses at this time and retreated together. At the same time, they shouted at almost the same time. Their eyes were filled with anger that seemed to be able to burn everything. At this time, they also realized what had happened. They had been tricked by the frigid king. Haha, frigid king, my acting skills are not bad, right? The 3-meter-tall giant, who was the master of Dark Qi Mountain, Demon Venerate Qi Ming, laughed complacently as a small mountain suddenly appeared in his hand. He then casually tossed it out. Whoosh! The small mountain instantly enlarged in the air and turned into a huge mountain. It covered the sky and blocked the sun. It even blocked the sunlight of the entire dancing Sun City. Compared to me, you are still not good enough. The frigid king smiled faintly. Then, he shook his hands. Instantly, waves of cold air raged. In the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Streaks of terrifying ice swept out from under the dancing Sun City, freezing both the inner and outer parts of the city. The outer part of the city had turned into a city of ice, while the inner part of the city was protected by the 5 great clans' clan protecting formation, which had not been broken yet. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous icicles and pillars emitting a terrifying aura swept out from beneath the dancing Sun City. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the form of a formation, enveloping all 5 of the strongest experts of the 5 great clans. Ice sealing the 9 heavens. The frigid king spoke again. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present. Frigid king, you tricked us. The 5 strongest experts of the 5 clans were startled. They never would have thought that the Frost King would actually send his power into the depths of the dancing Sun City without them noticing. Then, it directly exploded. Moreover, the power that swept up formed an array diagram in the void, forming a great ice-sealing array that trapped them within. Haha, Venerate Qi Ming laughed heartily. Today, none of you can escape. In just one battle, I have killed 5 great powerhouses. This will be the greatest glory of my, Qi Ming's life. Qi Ming the Demon Venerable made his move. Not only did the exquisite hill transform into a towering mountain, but his entire body also swiftly swept towards the 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans like a ghost. In the next moment, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, heard a series of earth-shattering sounds coming from the horizon as a terrifying power wreaked havoc before their eyes. At the same time, a A terrifying ice-sealing power spread from the void and descended upon them. Go! Ta Ming Sha's warning rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses, and only then did he realize that as the terrifying power from the horizon swept down, the group of great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain all rushed out of the dancing Sun City. At this moment, the cage-like power that was blocking the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain outside of the dancing Sun City had disappeared. To be more precise, the cage-like power in the outer city had disappeared. The inner city was still there. Obviously, the demon Venerable Qi Ming had intentionally let his group of great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain leave the dancing Sun City. As for the reason, it was obvious that he was worried that the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain would be affected by the battle between the 7 strongest experts. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's face lit up with joy. Today, he was finally free. As long as the supreme experts did not interfere, although there were still 3 unfathomably powerful great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain, it was impossible for them to stop him. Duan Lingtian was still very confident in his current strength. However, as he followed Taming Sha out of the city, although Duan Lingtian also noticed the 3 great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain looking at him, the 3 great demons clearly did not have any intention of targeting him. In fact, one of the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain looked at him with a hint of friendliness. Thank you for showing mercy to my godson. I have already asked the demon Venerable for permission. As long as the Qi Ming Mountain does not lose this battle, you can safely leave the dancing Sun City. A calm voice suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian glanced at the great demon of the Qi Ming Mountain in the distance and saw it nod at him. Clearly, it was the great demon of the Qi Ming Mountain who had sent him a voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's mood lightened when he heard this. Originally, he had wanted to leave immediately after leaving the city. He did not want the demon Venerable of the Qi Ming Mountain to keep him here after the battle between the supreme experts ended. If that really happened, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. Now that he heard the great demon of the Qi Ming Mountain's voice transmission, he was completely at ease. At the same time, he thought that there was no need to rush to leave. Although the battle between the supreme experts had caused the sky to shatter and the earth to split, the space to shatter, and the scene in the sky to be turned upside down, as if the mountains and rivers had been turned upside down, and nothing could be seen clearly. Even so, Duan Lingtian still wanted to take a few more looks. It would be best if he could get a result. I'm finally out. Duan Lingtian followed Taming Sha and the other great demons out of the dancing Sun City quickly. At the same time, they arrived at a distance outside the city and watched the battle in the sky above the city from afar. At this moment, even the 3 strongest great demons of the Qi Ming Demon Venerable had come out together. What a terrifying power! Is this the power of the supreme experts? Originally, Duan Lingtian had not noticed the heaven and earth anomaly in the sky when he was in the dancing Sun City. However, now that he was outside the city, Duan Lingtian finally saw the 7 heaven and earth anomalies spread out because of the 7 supreme experts in the city. At a glance, he could not see the end of the heaven and earth anomaly at all. The 7 heaven and earth anomalies were of different colors. Although they were not the 7 colors of the rainbow, they were as eye-catching as the 7 colors of the rainbow. I can't see clearly at all. Duan Lingtian tried hard to look at the sky above the dancing Sun City. He could only see faint figures moving in the sky. At the same time, the aftermath of the terrifying power scattered down, further destroying the outer city of the dancing Sun City, which had been turned into ruins long ago. In the inner city of the dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian could see that the protective clan array of the 5 great clans was weakening continuously. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it could collapse at any time. The 5 great clans must be in a mess now, right? We can leave, but they may not. Unless those 5 supreme masters are free to help them find a way to survive. Although Duan Lingtian could not see the situation in the inner city of the dancing Sun City due to the distance between them, it was not difficult for him to guess the situation in the inner city. Boom, rumble, bang, 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 bang. In the sky above the dancing Sun City, the 7 terrifying powers continued to converge. Every time they converged, the space would collapse, and the aftermath of the terrifying power would wreak havoc everywhere. The mansions of the 5 great clans in the inner city of the Dancing Sun City were in complete chaos at this moment. Let's run. The Patriarch and the others obviously don't have the confidence to escape. The protective clan array is about to be destroyed, and the Patriarch and the others haven't come to our aid yet. It's obvious that they don't have the time to help us. Let's find our own way out. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. In the inner city of the Dancing Sun City, many people from the 5 great clans rushed out of their doors. However, not long after these people left their mansions and left the protective clan array that enveloped their mansions, they were swept into dust by the aftermath of the power descending from the sky. The power of the ultimate powerhouses was too strong. At this moment, if it were not for the protective clan array, the only people who could survive would be the elites among the high-level ultimate gods. Among the people who left the 5 great clans, there were some high-level ultimate gods, but they could not withstand the aftermath of the battle between the 7 ultimate powerhouses. Frost King, you'll die a horrible death. Frost King, you untrustworthy villain. Aren't you afraid of being despised by the people outside the realm? In the sky above the Dancing Sun City, while the 7 ultimate powerhouses were fighting, 3 of the 5 ultimate powerhouses of the 5 great clans in the city began to curse the Frost King. It looks like the ultimate powerhouses of the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City are at a disadvantage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, this is to be expected. After all, if it's not for the fact that they're afraid of Frigid King and the Qi Ming Demon Venerable joining forces, why would the supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans in Dancing Sun City be willing to pay such a high price to allow Frigid King to choose the treasures in their treasure vaults and spatial rings? Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying aftermath of the battle quickly engulfed the entire Dancing Sun City, raising a cloud of dust that blocked the vision of Duan Lingtian and the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain. After about 100 breaths of time, the commotion in the battlefield seemed to have died down. Shuizheng, a shrill cry sounded from the sky above the Dancing Sun City. It was filled with unwillingness and fear. Split up and run. Immediately after, another anxious voice sounded. It was filled with panic. Haha, if you had run when the Frost King appeared, you might have had a chance to escape. However, you gave the Frost King time to set up the formation, and now you want to leave? You're dreaming. Venerate Qi Ming's hearty laughter was filled with unbridled carefreeness. However, as the Qi Ming Demon Venerable spoke, he coughed lightly twice. It was clear that he had also sustained some injuries and was not as unscathed as he sounded. Seal. The Frost King's indifferent voice sounded. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian and the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain could clearly see that the dust in the direction of the Dancing Sun City had been swept away by bursts of frosty air. The trembling space in the sky also calmed down at this moment. Duan Lingtian and the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain soon saw that in the sky above the Dancing Sun City, 6 figures had appeared around the trembling spatial rift. There was also a falling figure that shattered with a loud bang, turning into ice shards that fluttered and fell. Chapter 4407. Did an ultimate powerhouse just die? Duan Lingtian was stunned by the scene in front of him. He only regained his senses after a long while. In the next moment, the giant ape pagoda, Meng Sha, and the other great demons around him started to howl. Their howls were filled with joy and excitement. Lord Demon Venerable is invincible. Lord Demon Venerable is invincible. The group of great demons opened their mouths and roared. They were like the most devout people who were looking up to their emperor. Their Qi Ming Mountain had won the first victory this time. This also meant that the final victory would belong to them. After all, one of the 5 ultimate powerhouses had died in the battle against the Demon Venerable of Qi Ming Mountain and the foreign aid that the Demon Venerable had asked for. How could the remaining 4 be a match for them? Boom! Boom! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a huge blood-red cloud appear in the sky. It covered the sky and the earth and continued to spread in all directions. When the blood-red cloud had gathered into a blood-red cloud that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, it started to rain heavily. This rain was different from normal rain. It was a blood-red rain. A blood-red rain fell from the sky and dyed the entire land red. The outer city of Dancing Sun City was in ruins. Originally, it was just a blood-red stream. However, this time, it was a blood-red river. Even the inner city of Dancing Sun City was not spared. Tens of thousands of miles of blood-red clouds and blood-red rain usually meant that an ultimate powerhouse had died. Today, the ultimate powerhouse who had died was the ultimate powerhouse of the Shui family, one of the 5 great families of Dancing Sun City, Shuizheng. Shuizheng was also the oldest person in the Shui family. He was the real antique of the Shui family. Because of his great strength, he was still alive. And now, he had fallen. Bang! In the ancestral hall of the Shui family, the soul orb that was placed in the middle of the Shui family's ancestral hall exploded. Although the Shui clan members had a bad premonition when they heard the other supreme expert's mournful cry, it was only an ominous premonition. They felt that the Shui clan's ancestor was not so weak as to be unable to withstand a single blow. And now, it was confirmed. The ancestor of the Shui clan, the backbone of the Shui clan, had fallen. Patriarch. Ancestor. Within the Shui family, the Shui family's upper echelons, led by the current head of the Shui family, all had pained expressions on their faces. Even more Shui family members had faces full of fear and panic. The Shui family was finished. Everyone from the Kuei family, enter the ancestral shrine. All members of the Yang family, enter the ancestral shrine. At this moment, in the sky above the Dancing Sun City, with the death of the Shui family's strongest warrior, Shuizheng, the other 4 strongest warriors of the 5 families in the Dancing Sun City no longer had the will to fight. They all sent voice transmissions back to their families, telling them to go to the ancestral shrine. Their ancestral shrines had entrances that led to the small worlds in their bodies, which could accommodate all the people in their families. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed. As the members of the 4 great clans rushed into their respective ancestral shrines, a terrifying freezing power swept out from within and swept everyone away, turning them into ice sculptures one after another. Only a few powerful upper-level ultimate gods managed to escape. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the ancestral shrines of the 4 great clans collapsed, shattering many of the ice sculptures. One by one, those who were still alive a moment ago died in an instant. The expressions of the remaining 4 strongest warriors of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City changed. Only now did they realize that the Frost King had not only set up a formation to deal with them, but he had also cut off their escape route. Run. We can't save them. Let's split up and run. I don't believe that the 2 of them can kill the 4 of us. No matter who survives, we must find a way to avenge them in the future. This is an irreconcilable grudge. The remaining 4 strongest warriors of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City hurriedly sent voice transmissions to each other. Frost King, the grudge of the annihilation of our clan is irreconcilable. I'll definitely seek revenge from you in the future. The old woman of the 4 was the first to shout. Then, her body swayed, and a bloody light wreaked havoc around her. In the next moment, she seemed to have disappeared into thin air. You want to run? The Qi Ming demon Venerable sneered disdainfully. Then, he punched the void thousands of miles away from the Dancing Sun City, and the old woman who was in a sorry state was knocked out. Because she had forcefully used her blood essence secret technique to break through the Frost King's formation, the old woman was already severely injured. Now that she was even more injured, she did not dare to stay any longer and continued to run away. When the Qi Ming demon Venerable saw this, he was about to chase after her when he realized that the other 3 people had also risked their lives to break out of the Frost King's formation. Moreover, they were all fleeing in different directions. The Qi Ming demon Venerable and the Frost King looked at each other and chased after 2 of the remaining 3 people, killing them one by one. When the other party forcefully broke out of the formation, he was already severely injured. When he fought with them again, he did not even last 10 moves. Another 2 strongest warriors had fallen. Boom, boom, boom. High up in the sky, the blood clouds that were just about to disperse gathered once more. The blood rain that had just stopped poured down once more, dyeing the ground even darker. Patriarch. Patriarch. In the inner city of the Dancing Sun City, the people from the other two clans were also in despair. As for the people from the other two clans who had successfully escaped, they were not any better. All of them were in despair. It's over, it's over. Although the patriarchs of the two clans had successfully escaped, they did not have the time to save them. It was obvious that they had abandoned them. Of course, they knew that the patriarchs of the two clans had no other choice. If they did not abandon them, none of them would be able to survive in the end. I only hope that the patriarch can avenge us in the future. I thought that there might be many ways to die in the future. Maybe I'll be killed by the heavenly tribulation, or I'll be killed by someone outside, or I'll be killed by someone outside. However, I never thought that one day I would be killed by the strongest warrior. Most of the people from the 5 clans in the inner city of the Dancing Sun City were prepared to die. There were also many people who tried to escape, trying to take advantage of the chaos and escape. However, just as they moved, the voice of the Qi Ming demon Venerate had already spread across the sky of the Dancing Sun City. Little guys, I don't want any human to leave the Dancing Sun City alive. As soon as the Qi Ming demon Venerate finished speaking, the group of Qi Ming demon Venerate who had been guarding around the Dancing Sun City roared and charged into the city. Some of the people from the 5 clans who had just left the city directly faced the group of Qi Ming demon Venerate. They had already lost their will to fight. Coupled with the fact that they were outnumbered by the group of Qi Ming demon Venerate, none of them had the strength to resist at all. One by one, they were killed by the Qi Ming demon Venerate. Taming Sha, where's that human? At this time, in another place outside the Dancing Sun City, the Bat Qi Ming demon Venerate did not see the human beside them. It seems that you don't trust the Qi Ming demon Venerate. You think that the Qi Ming demon Venerate will let you, Taming Sha, go. It's good that he's gone. The giant ape Taming Sha grinned. Otherwise, if the demon Venerate really wants to let him go, even though I owe him a favor, I can't help him. Taming Sha, you should have known when he left, right? The Bat Qi Ming demon Venerate looked deeply at Taming Sha and asked, just now, you took the initiative to invite us to meet your adoptive father. Was it to give him a chance to leave under our watch? Taming Sha could not help but rub the back of his head when he heard this. He grinned and asked, was it so obvious? You even found out. Forget it. The Bat Qi Ming demon Venerate shook his head. Let him go. He obviously isn't from the 5 clans. Even though he's stronger, the demon Venerate won't care too much about his departure. Duan Ling Tian had already teleported out of Dancing Sun City before the other 2 supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City died. When he left, it was just when the 4 clans of the city had entered their respective ancestral shrines and were killed. At that time, he knew that the remaining 4 supreme experts of the 5 clans of the city would either fight with their lives on the line or flee in different directions. And this also meant that the battle of the Dancing Sun City had come to an end. Once the battle ended, if he did not leave, he would be noticed by others. He might even be noticed by the demon Venerate of the chilling Nether Mountain and the supreme expert, Frost King. Even though he had no enmity with them, who knew what supreme experts were thinking? After the lesson from the Crimson Demon of the Crimson Demon Ridge, he only had one thought about supreme experts. He could not afford to offend them, but he could hide. Too strong. Duan Ling Tian sighed as he fled. That Qi Nether Demon Venerable and Han Wang from Qi Nether Mountain joined forces and easily defeated the joint forces of the 5 supreme powerhouses from Dancing Sun City. Moreover, they even managed to kill one of them. Even though the 5 supreme experts of the Dancing Sun City were careless and allowed Frost King to take the initiative, this is enough to show how terrifying Frost King is. I wonder if that Frost King is a human, a greater demon, or some other life form. The scene he saw today had a great impact on Duan Ling Tian. This was the first time he had seen a battle between supreme experts. Moreover, it was a battle to the death. In this battle, he had personally witnessed the fall of a supreme powerhouse. As for what happened after that, even though he did not witness the fall of the other ultimate experts, the blood clouds that gathered once again, and the blood rain that had just stopped, were telling him that, this time, there was more than one supreme expert who had died. A supreme expert who stands at the peak can die in just a blink of an eye. There's a huge gap in strength even between supreme experts. I wonder how strong Yun Qingyan is compared to the other paragons. Zhang Xian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly when he thought about this. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Next, I'll head to the city where Wang Yiyuan's clan is and fulfill his last wish. That way, I'll be able to return the favor of the treasure he gave me before he died. After leaving the dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian did not wander aimlessly. He planned to head to the city where Wang Yiyuan's clan was located. When he was in the dancing Sun City, he had already found out where Wang Yiyuan's clan was located. It was not close to the dancing Sun City. Even with his current strength, it would take him at least 3 months to reach the city if he traveled at full speed without any obstacles. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian had spent a huge sum of money in the dancing Sun City to exchange for a map that included the city where Wang Yiyuan's family was located. On the map, the locations of the supreme powerhouses were marked. Even the Crimson Devil Ridge was on the map. Chapter 4408. With the map in hand, Duan Lingtian was confident that his journey would be smoother and safer even though it was further than any other journey he had taken in the Outer Realm. With his current strength, as long as he was not attacked by a supreme expert or a group of top high-level ultimate gods, he would be able to escape unscathed. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian left Dancing Sun City for a period of time, he took out a divine flying ship as a means of transportation. In the Outer Realm, many people usually use divine flying ships as a means of transportation. However, whenever they neared a city, the divine artifact would be put away. That was because in the Outer Realms, there were some experts who couldn't bear to see someone drive a divine artifact into a city. It was too ostentatious. It was just a divine flying ship. What was there to show off? In the Outer Realm, divine gems were also a common currency in the most basic cultivation aid. When he was still in the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian had accumulated a huge amount of divine gems. In addition, he had used the divine elixirs he had refined for cultivation, and now he was using the divine condensation spring for cultivation. So divine gems could not be used for cultivation at all. Now, the only use of divine gems in his hands was to trade and to provide power for the divine flying ship. Of course, in the Outer Realm, not everyone was willing to accept divine gems even if it was a trade. Most of the people bartered for items. Duan Lingtian had experienced this when he was in Dancing Sun City and even earlier when he was in the Ruined City. Although divine gems could be used as a currency, both parties had to be willing to accept it. If the other party was not willing, there was nothing one could do. Take the items in Duan Lingtian's possession, for example. If they were only ordinary items that he did not care about, he would be willing to sell them to others for divine crystals. However, if it was something of high value and was priceless, he would not sell it no matter how many divine gems others offered. He only wanted to exchange for something that was also priceless, but he urgently needed. Because of this, in the Outer Realm, it was difficult to determine the value of high-value items in terms of divine gems. It was completely dependent on the value and status in the eyes of the person who needed it. For example, if a person urgently needed a treasure and the other party wanted to take advantage of the situation to raise the price, the transaction would often be overpriced. Whoosh! With the divine flying ship as a means of transportation, Duan Lingtian was happy and leisurely. He only needed to order the divine flying ship to turn after flying for a distance. In the Outer Realm, the divine flying ship could not fly in a straight line all the way to the destination because it would pass by some supreme expert's forces. As for those ultimate powerhouses, they would often treat any life forms that trespassed into their territory as an enemy and deal them a heavy blow. When I was in the god-defying realm, the supreme expert was a legendary existence. Even I only saw the supreme expert before I left the god-defying realm. Lingtian's gems, Lingtian, gems of Lingtian's Lingtian, gemses, Lingtian's S gems. Gems Lingtian's S to gems to Lingtian, to gems Lingtian, gems. Of course, he knew that the supreme experts who ruled gems of Lingtian's Lingtian were basically natives of the Outer Realm. There were very few supreme experts from the 10,000 worlds. Apart from those who did not have a sense of responsibility to their home domains and might have the time to rule gems of Lingtian, the supreme experts from the 10,000 worlds basically stayed in their respective domains to guard their homeland. Try Mad 1, Gad 2. Even the supreme experts of the 10,000 worlds' three great domains, who were recognized as the strongest, basically stayed in their domains and would only occasionally come to the outer realm. Of course, even in the outer realms, the top supreme experts of the three realms were top-notch, heaven-defying existences. Wang Yiyuan's last wish was simple. He wanted his sister to settle down properly. According to him, if his sister were to stay at home without his protection, she would only be a tool for marriage in the future. He hopes that I can help his sister settle down so that his sister can live a carefree life. This was what Wang Yiyuan had entrusted to Duan Lingtian before his death. Now, I'll see what his sister thinks. As long as it's within my power, I'm willing to lend her a hand. Duan Lingtian murmured to himself. With Duan Lingtian's speed, it would only take him 3 months to reach the city where Wang Yiyuan's family was located. However, even with the speed of a divine weapon spaceship, which was comparable to an ordinary upper-level ultimate god, it would still take more than half a year to reach the city. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Along the way, the divine weapon spaceship flew by ostentatiously and attracted many people's attention. Some even blocked the way and robbed them. However, all of the intruders were killed by Duan Lingtian without exception. The strongest among them was an upper-level ultimate god who had just consolidated his cultivation base. In front of Duan Lingtian, he was no different from a lower-level ultimate god. Of course, although he killed many people, he did not gain much because the spatial rings in their hands were self-destructed. Only their divine weapons ended up in Duan Lingtian's hands. There were a few people who removed the ownership of their spatial rings for the sake of survival. However, that little bit of gain was nothing to Duan Lingtian. It was nothing to him. After all, why would those who were really rich in the outer realm go to the extent of robbing people halfway? Sir, judging from the direction you're heading towards Lanshao City. I wonder if you can give us a ride? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the divine weapon spaceship. It was the voice of an old woman. Her voice was old and frail. It was clear that she was injured. Cough, cough. A few coughs were heard. Duan Lingtian looked up and saw an old woman with a delicate young woman walking side by side with his divine weapon spaceship. The old woman coughed up blood and looked at his divine weapon spaceship with a hint of hope. The young woman was in a hurry and her eyes were filled with concern and worry. She's right in front. Go after her. It's not easy to wait for this little girl to leave the Ye family. Quickly go after her, capture her, and present her to the chief. A few voices came from behind the divine weapon spaceship. Although Duan Lingtian was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business, he could not help but stand up when he saw this. Although he did not know what was going on, the people behind seemed to be the kind of people who would kidnap women. He could not turn a deaf ear to them. Granny, they're catching up. Let's keep a distance from this divine weapon spaceship, lest the owner of this divine weapon spaceship is related to us and implicate him. Outside, the heavily injured old woman, who was carrying the flying girl, said anxiously when she heard the voice behind her. Try Mad 1, Gad 2. Cough, cough. You little girl, you're just too kind. The old woman coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood, and then took the young woman away from Duan Lingtian's divine weapon spaceship. Obviously, she wanted to cut ties with Duan Lingtian. However, what they did not expect was that as soon as they moved to leave, the divine weapon spaceship stuck close to them. Then, they saw a purple figure at the top of the divine weapon spaceship. It was a handsome young man in a purple robe. Come in. Duan Lingtian looked at the master and servant in front of him and said lightly, Big brother. The young woman looked grateful. Thank you for your kindness. However, I think it's better if we don't implicate you. This place is not far from Lanshao City. We should be able to reach Lanshao City before they catch up. Once we reach Lanshao City, they won't dare to mess around anymore, the young woman said optimistically, but the old woman with her had a bitter expression on her face. It seemed that her young mistress did not see that she was an arrow at the end of its flight. If not for her lack of confidence, she would not have taken the initiative to ask for help when she saw this spaceship on the way. With her injuries, I'm afraid she won't be able to bring you to Lanshao City before the people behind us catch up with us, Duan Lingtian said lightly. Naturally, he could see that the old woman in front of him was an arrow at the end of its flight. It could even be said that it was not bad that she could hold on until now with such serious injuries. When the young woman heard this, her expression changed drastically. She quickly glanced at the old woman beside her and saw the bitterness on the old woman's face. All right, you don't have to leave. I'll help you get rid of this tail. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old woman. Then, his body swayed as he left the flying divine weapon and kept the flying divine weapon. At the same time, he stopped in midair and turned around to look at the few black dots in the distance that were getting closer and closer. Young mistress, it seems like this person is more powerful than I thought. The old woman was pleasantly surprised. Since this person dared to say that, it was obvious that he was confident in dealing with the people behind them. At this moment, she also stopped in her tracks with the young woman in tow. At this moment, the few black dots in the distance continued to grow bigger. In just a dozen breaths' time, they had already arrived in front of them and were staring at them covetously. 2 old men and 3 middle-aged men were dressed casually, but their eyes were on Duan Lingtian at this moment. Who are you? Do you want to help them? One of the 2 old men had white hair and white brows, but he looked like a middle-aged man. He stared at Duan Lingtian vigilantly and asked in a deep voice, I'll give you 3 breaths' time to disappear from my sight. Duan Lingtian did not even look at the old man. He just casually glanced at the 5 people in front of him and stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for their response leisurely. Sir, I'm the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea, the old man said in a deep voice. The Blood Sea was also a large mobile force around Lanshao City. They had been active around Lanshao City for more than 1,000 years. Due to the fact that their leader had the strength of a peak upper ultimate god and did not have a fixed base camp, even if some ultimate powerhouses wanted to encircle and annihilate them, they could not do anything unless the ultimate powerhouses were personally involved. Chapter 4409. You have 2 breaths of time left. Just when the old lady and the young lady thought that this kind-hearted purple-clad young man would back off after hearing that he was from the Blood Sea, the young man's next words were completely out of their expectations. They did not expect the young man to be so aggressive. Were they not afraid of the Blood Sea at all and did not put it in their eyes? Or were they from other places and did not know what the Blood Sea meant? Left guardian of Dharma, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. Among the other 4 people, one of the 3 middle-aged men snorted coldly, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with icy cold killing intent. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being merciless. The old man who claimed to be the left guardian of Dharma was furious. Even if the young man was a descendant of an ultimate expert, the Blood Sea was not afraid of him. So what if he was killed? After all, the Blood Sea would have to move away after achieving their goal. By then, even if an ultimate expert wanted to find them, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 people from the Blood Sea vibrated with divine power and the power of law. The heaven and earth phenomenon also appeared. They were the best among the upper ultimate gods. Even the 3 weaker middle-aged men gave Duan Lingtian a feeling that they were not any weaker than the giant ape great demon that he had encountered in Dancing Sun City. The 2 old men's strength was comparable to the personal demon guard of Crimson Demon Ridge. Is there an ultimate expert behind the Blood Sea they mentioned? Duan Lingtian asked the old woman behind him through voice transmission when he saw the 5 people charging toward him and displaying their strength. When the old lady heard this, she quickly regained her senses and replied instinctively, the Blood Sea organization doesn't have a supreme powerhouse. However, the leader is a powerhouse who has comprehended the law of death to the perfection stage. Comprehended the law to the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian had encountered many such existences since he came to the outer realm. The first one was Crimson Devil's personal devil guard, Wu Tsang. Later on, in Dancing Sun City, they saw 3 great demons who had comprehended the laws to the lesser perfection stage. They were the three strongest great demons under the Qi-Ming demon venerate of Qi-Ming Mountain. When they attacked, they also used the power of law of the lesser perfection realm. However, the difference between comprehending an ordinary law to perfection and comprehending one of the four supreme laws, the law of death, to perfection was completely different. Because if one wanted to step into the minor perfection of a supreme law, it was more than 10 times more difficult to step into the minor perfection of an ordinary law. And its power was even greater. Even if one had just stepped into the realm of minor perfection, they would still be stronger than those who had been stuck in the realm of minor perfection for many years, or even those who were close to great perfection. If it was an ordinary law that had been comprehended to lesser perfection, then the two old men from the blood sea before him had already comprehended the laws of fire and the laws of metal to that level. It illuminated 100,000 li. Compared to the space and time laws that Duan Lingtian currently possessed, it could be said to be much stronger. Moreover, the divine weapons in their hands were all supreme divine weapons. They don't have any supreme experts behind them, nor are they the leaders of their respective organizations, but they all have supreme divine weapons. 5 people and 2 supreme divine weapons. This Bloodsea organization does have some skills. While Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, his expression was as calm as before. He had asked the old woman if there were any supreme experts in the Bloodsea organization because he wanted to confirm if he should hold back. If there were any supreme experts, holding back and defeating them would be the best choice. He did not want to offend a supreme expert. Now that the other party did not hold back at all and went for the kill as soon as they attacked, he no longer had any concerns. If it was before I became a higher ultimate god, even with the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, I'm afraid I would only be able to fight them to a draw. Now, although the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements can't help me for the time being, with my cultivation base as a higher ultimate god and the 7 orifices exquisite sword that is transformed into a supreme divine weapon, I'm not any weaker than when I was a medium ultimate god with the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. After leaving the small world in the crimson demon's body, the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements had consumed a lot of energy. Only the world-cleansing divine water was in better condition. If it was not necessary, Duan Lingtian did not intend to borrow their strength. Whoosh! The 7 orifices exquisite sword flew out from Duan Lingtian's hand. Its aura was much sharper than before. Before arriving at Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian had traded with the people from the outer realm in the ruined cities, mainly for the 7 orifices exquisite sword's transformation. With his current strength, the 7 orifices exquisite sword's grade could not keep up. Therefore, he had traded for many good items to forcefully upgrade the 7 orifices exquisite sword. The consequence of doing so was that the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang could not leave the divine weapon like other supreme divine weapons. Huang needed to cultivate in seclusion within the sword for a period of time. She could only leave the 7 orifices exquisite sword after reaching a certain level of cultivation. However, this did not affect the 7 orifices exquisite sword's power. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was now a supreme divine sword through and through. Supreme divine weapon? The 5 people from the Blood Sea were shocked when Duan Lingtian took out his supreme divine sword. However, on second thought, they felt that it was reasonable. After all, Duan Lingtian did not panic when the 5 of them took out 2 supreme divine weapons. However, in the next moment, when they saw Duan Lingtian use the law of space to illuminate thousands of miles, they sneered. How dare you meddle in our business with such strength? At this moment, in their eyes, the purple-robed young man in front of them was already a dead man. Even the old woman behind Duan Lingtian was filled with despair. She had thought that the person in front of her would be strong since he dared to meddle in their business. She did not expect him to be so weak. With such strength, he was definitely not a match for the 5 from the Blood Sea. The expression of the young woman beside the old woman changed when she saw this. Then, she hurriedly shouted in alarm, "Run away quickly! You are not their match." Although she wanted to live, she knew that Duan Lingtian was not going to survive. If Duan Lingtian did not run away, he might become her scapegoat. This was not what she wanted to see. She did not want to implicate the innocent. It's over. The old woman's eyes and face were filled with despair. She was completely disheartened. How dare you stick your neck out with such strength? You are digging your own grave. One of the middle-aged men from the Blood Sea could not help but mock. The 5 of them charged toward Duan Lingtian. 5 against 1. They didn't even use their bloodline power or law avatars? Seeing the 5 of them charging forward as if victory was in their hands and did not even use their bloodline power or law avatars, Duan Lingtian knew that the 5 of them did not feel the need to use their bloodline power or law avatars to deal with him. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 law avatars flew out of Duan Lingtian's body. They were his space law avatars and time law avatars. Even with 2 laws of nature avatars and your true body, your outcome won't change. The old man who claimed to be the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea said indifferently. Then, he slashed out with his saber. Flames burned the sky and swept toward Duan Lingtian's time law avatars. In his opinion, his saber could easily destroy the opponent's law avatars. Chapter 44:10. In the eyes of the young woman and the old woman, although the purple-clad young man was strong, he would definitely be defeated or even killed by the 5 powerhouses from the Blood Sea organization. The young woman, in particular, regretted not stopping the old woman from asking the young man for help. Based on the current situation, not only would she and the people around her not be able to escape, but the young man would also be implicated by them. I did try to persuade him to leave, but why did he stay and fight them head-on? The young woman could not understand why the young man in front of her was so stubborn. In her opinion, the young man was facing a crisis. Unless he could summon a supreme expert to help him in a short time, he would definitely die. After all, the young man had not even comprehended the law of profundity to the small perfection stage. Among the 5 people, 2 of them had already comprehended the law of profundity to the small perfection stage. Are you looking down on me? Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly when he saw that the 5 people from the Blood Sea organization did not intend to use their bloodline power or their law clones even though they were about to fight him. Did he, Duan Lingtian, look so easy to bully? Since you look down on me, then let's end this quickly. If there's an afterlife, I hope you'll remember not to underestimate anyone. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. After sighing inwardly, Duan Lingtian's 2 law clones attacked and displayed their sharp sword principles. His original body took the lead and used the law of space, which was close to the small perfection stage, to merge with his sword principles and directly faced the 3 weaker middle-aged men. The 2 powerful old men were now targeting Duan Lingtian's law clones. Whoosh! A sword light seemed to illuminate an area of 10,000 miles. The 7-colored sword light was dazzling and seemed to make everything around it pale in comparison. The more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it was. The 7-colored sword light perfectly illustrated this point. No, how is this possible? The 3 middle-aged men who were not weak were elites in the Blood Sea. They were the cream of the crop among the higher ultimate gods. However, when Duan Lingtian swung his sword at them, they could not defend themselves at all. In other words, their resistance was futile. Under the sword light of Duan Lingtian's true body, the attacks of the 3 were completely shattered. They did not even have time to mobilize their bloodline power or law clones before they were drowned by the sword light. The 3 powerful auras were instantly annihilated. The 2 old men who were currently fighting Duan Lingtian's law doppelganger were also shocked after the initial confrontation. This was because they discovered that although it was only a law clone, the sword Dao that it displayed shocked them. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, it would be difficult for them to take down the law clone. The stalemate lasted for a moment, but it was only a slight advantage. However, just as they gained the upper hand, they were even more shocked to find that the other 3 people on their side were killed in the blink of an eye. In one move, he had killed 3 people. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they wouldn't have such terrifying strength. The 2 of them looked at each other in the eye and reached a tacit agreement. They quickly retreated and fled. Run? At this time, they realized that the purple-clad young man in front of them was an iron plate that they could not kick. His strength was so terrifying that he might not be weaker than the leader of their Blood Sea organization. A peak upper ultimate god. This was definitely a peak upper ultimate god. If an invincible upper ultimate god who had comprehended the laws to the great perfection realm did not appear, no one below the supreme realm could take him down. Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly in the face of the two old men who had decided to escape and executed it in an instant. He did not seem surprised at all. Then, his true body teleported and stopped one of them. Meanwhile, the two nomological law clones, the nomological law of space and the nomological law of time, blocked the other person's path. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the two old men who had not exerted their full strength were surrounded by blood chi. It was obvious that they had activated their bloodline power and did not dare to be as careless as before. However, even though they had activated their bloodline power, they did not have any intention to fight. Your Excellency, we admit defeat this time. The old man who was stopped by Duan Lingtian's true body said gloomily, just now, I've already sent a message to our leader. If you kill us, you'll become an enemy of the Blood Sea organization. Our leader won't let you go. He then added, our chief is close to being an invincible higher supreme god, an invincible upper ultimate god. In the past, Duan Lingtian did not have any concept of this. However, after coming to the outer realm, he had heard of an invincible upper ultimate god more than once. He knew that they stood at the top of the upper ultimate gods and were almost invincible unless an supreme realm expert appeared. An invincible upper ultimate god was either an expert who had comprehended the laws to the great perfection realm or someone who had comprehended the laws to the great perfection realm and had mastered other amazing techniques. An invincible upper ultimate god? Duan Lingtian did not mind the old man's words at all. With his current strength, only an invincible higher ultimate god would be able to threaten his life apart from a supreme powerhouse. As for an invincible upper ultimate god, perhaps there were many who were stronger than him. However, even if they were stronger than him, he was confident that he would be able to escape unscathed without being entangled with them. Even if it was an invincible upper ultimate god, as long as his opponent was not an invincible upper ultimate god who had comprehended the laws of space or time to the great perfection realm, it would not be easy to kill him with his mastery of the laws of time and time. Moreover, the leader of the Blood Sea organization was only an invincible upper ultimate god. If he comes, I don't mind sparring with him. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he did not stop attacking the old man even though he was injured. Although the old man was only one person, his strength was much stronger than the previous three people. Moreover, the previous three people did not use their bloodline power or law clones at all. However, the old man in front of him had activated his bloodline power, and his strength had increased even more. Therefore, Duan Lingtian only managed to kill the old man after nearly 10 moves, even though he did not have enough fighting spirit to do so. At the same time, the other old man from the Blood Sea organization, who had previously said that he was the left guardian of Dharma, was entangled by Duan Lingtian's two law clones. He wanted to escape but could not. He wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian's law clones, but was unable to do so. If it was only a law clone, he was confident that he could defeat it given enough time. However, the two law clones joined forces with the extremely powerful sword principal and were evenly matched with him. It's over. When the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea organization saw the other old man being killed by Duan Lingtian, despair appeared in his eyes. The old man's strength was on par with his. He was the right guardian of the Blood Sea organization. Even if I die, I won't let you off easily. In the next moment, the old man who had suppressed the despair in his eyes suddenly shot out a vicious light. At the same time, an extremely terrifying force began to rise from his body like a primordial beast that had been dormant for a long time, suddenly erupted. Chapter 44:11. In fact, it was no longer easy for an ultimate god to self-destruct the small world in one's body. Although it was still possible to do so, the price to pay was correspondingly higher. At the ultimate god realm, one's spirit and body had already become one. Once the small world in one's body self-destructed, it was equivalent to self-mutilation. Not only would one's body have to endure the pain of being torn apart, but one's soul would also have to endure the pain of having one's soul refined. Once the small world self-destructed, one would die in endless pain and gradually lose consciousness. One could even see one's body falling apart. It was a very cruel way to die. It was also because of this that very few ultimate gods and above would have the courage to make such a choice when they were about to lose their lives in a battle with another. Idiot. Just as the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea chose to self-destruct the small world in an attempt to seriously injure Duan Lingtian and even kill him together with Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's voice suddenly sounded again. His tone was sarcastic and mocking. Have you forgotten that I'm an expert in the law of space and the law of time? Duan Lingtian's mocking smile was not an act. It was a subconscious sneer after he recovered from the shock. He thought his opponent had really lost his mind. The self-destruction of the small world in one's body required the use of one's own divine energy and the power of law. The speed of the process depended on the strength of the power of law and divine energy. His opponent's power of law was indeed superior to his understanding of the law of space and the law of time. However, it was only one of the 5 elemental laws. The law of space and the law of time were supreme laws that were superior to the 5 elemental laws. The other 2 laws were also extremely strange as they controlled space and time. Although Duan Lingtian's original body could not use both the law of time and the law of space at the same time, his 2 avatars could cooperate with each other. Since his original body was the leader, they could cooperate very well. Duan Lingtian's time and space laws had been comprehended with the help of a supreme master's godhead. It was also because of this that his comprehension of time and space laws was close to perfection. With the 2 of them working together, even if the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea had comprehended the law of 5 elements to the small perfection realm, it would be extremely difficult for him to hurt Duan Lingtian by detonating the small world in his body. Enjoy your choice. After saying that, Duan Lingtian did not dare stay any longer. If he did, even if his 2 nomological clones could still save his original body, they would definitely be destroyed. Once his law doppelganger was destroyed, even with his current strength, it would take him a long time to reform it again. After all, the stronger he was, the stronger his law doppelganger would be. It did not mean that the speed at which he condensed his law doppelganger would increase. Everything depended on his attainments in the path of laws. Whoosh! With a teleport, Duan Lingtian left his original spot and arrived in front of the old woman and the young woman. He raised his hand and a force enveloped the 2 of them. If you don't want to be dragged down by him, don't resist my power. Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice reverberated in the ears of the old woman and the young woman. In an instant, the 2 of them retracted the divine power that they had been accumulating. Originally, their faces had already darkened because they had not expected the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea to be so resolute as to self-detonate the small world in his body. It should be known that not everyone had the courage to do such a thing. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had brought the old woman and the young woman out of the range of the left guardian of Dharma's self-detonation. During this process, the power of the small world in his body had attempted to seal off a large area of the surrounding space. However, Duan Lingtian had forcibly opened a gap and teleported away. During this process, Duan Lingtian's time law doppelganger and space law doppelganger worked together to control the time in the surrounding space and to prevent the space from collapsing. In the end, before the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea could self-detonate, Duan Lingtian's 2 law doppelgangers helped each other and successfully left the range of the other party's self-detonation. Bang! A loud sound reverberated in all directions. The aftermath of the terrifying power spread in all directions. There was not a single place within 1,000 miles that was left unscathed. At the same time, a mournful and unwilling cry resounded in all directions, causing one's hair to stand on end upon hearing it. This was the cry of the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea before he died. In the moment before his death, he had experienced the ultimate torture that felt like a century had passed. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He was filled with regret. If he had known that he could not kill the purple-clad young man or even hurt him, he would have died a normal death instead of self-detonating. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The normal death of a high-level ultimate god would not cause too much of a commotion. It was unlike the death of an ultimate god that would cause many strange phenomena. However, if a high-level ultimate god had self-detonated and died, although there would not be any strange phenomena, it would still cause quite a commotion. At least, people within 1,000 miles would be able to hear the commotion. Oh my God, what a huge commotion. Is this the self-detonation of an ultimate god? It feels like the commotion came from a very far place. If an ultimate god had self-detonated, it would be at least a high-level ultimate god, right? I really admire this person's courage. He still has the courage to self-detonate when he has reached the ultimate god realm. I just don't know if he self-detonated and took his opponent down with him. He must have taken his opponent down with him, right? If his opponent did not take him down with them, wouldn't his self-detonation be in vain? The people within 1,000 miles began to pay attention to the commotion coming from afar. Some people who liked to join in the fun even started to search for the source of the commotion. At the same time, a middle-aged man who had just entered 1,000 miles radius suddenly stopped in his tracks with an extremely unpleasant expression on his face. He was a middle-aged man who was about 2 meters tall in a gray robe. Although his robe was loose, it could not hide his bulky body. His eyes were fierce and bloodthirsty, and at this moment, they were shooting out a murderous glare. Behind him were 2 other old men. At this moment, the 2 old men's expressions changed. Leader, this aura, it's the left guardian of Dharma? It's him. The middle-aged man in gray robe's expression darkened. Then, his body swayed and swept toward the source of the commotion like a ghost. His speed was incomparable to before. In fact, the reason why he was so fast was to take care of the 2 people behind him. When the 2 old men saw their leader moving, they quickly followed him. Even if they could not catch up, they still tried their best to follow behind him. Soon, the middle-aged man in gray robe, who was also the leader of the Blood Sea, arrived at the scene of the incident. An area of 1,000 miles around the site of the incident had been razed to the ground. In the center of the area, there was a bottomless pit. It looked extremely frightening. The self-detonation of a top upper-level ultimate god was no joke. Even those who had previously speculated were shocked when they arrived at the scene and saw the scene. Among the upper-level ultimate gods, a self-detonation that can cause such a big commotion, it must be at least an expert who has comprehended the power of law and has reached the perfection realm, right? The strange phenomenon of the power of law spread out just now. It's obvious that there are top upper-level ultimate gods fighting fiercely. Is it here? Looking at the remnant aura at the scene, there is more than one person who died. It seems that his opponent was also killed by his self-detonation. Since he chose to self-detonate, he must be confident. The middle-aged man in gray robe and the 2 old men who followed him heard the whispers and discussions around them. The 2 old men frowned slightly while the one in the middle looked even worse. The leader of the Blood Sea, who was known as an invincible upper-level ultimate god who was close to the perfection realm of the power of law, muttered, "The other 4 people who died are the Right Guardian, Guluo, and the other 2. He was very clear about the aura of his subordinates. There was no aura of the 6th person who died at the scene. The 5 people who died were all his subordinates. They were the elite experts of the Blood Sea organization. Who is it? After the middle-aged man's face calmed down a little, he showed a strong sense of fear. Even he could only barely escape from the self-detonation of the left guardian of Dharma from the Blood Sea. Since the other party could also escape, it meant that the other party's strength was not inferior to his. How could he not be afraid of such an existence? Although there was nothing the Blood Sea did not dare to do, there was no one they did not dare to rob, even if it was the descendant of a supreme expert. However, in the face of a true expert, they would not be so arrogant as to court death. Even now, he hated the person who killed 5 of his capable subordinates, but he did not have much desire for revenge. He was more afraid of that person. No matter how strong his subordinates were, if they died, they died. He could not rashly offend an expert whose strength was not inferior to his for the sake of his subordinates. First of all, even if he met the other party, he would at most be evenly matched with the other party. It was almost impossible for him to kill the other party. Secondly, if he and the other party could not kill each other, he might be injured, or even seriously injured. This was not a good thing for him. It would be fine if he only suffered light injuries that were easy to recover from, but if he suffered serious injuries that were difficult to recover from, how could he successfully survive the next millennium tribulation? Sir Leader? The two old men standing behind heard the middle-aged man muttering to himself. After looking at each other, they saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. You mean, the self-detonation of the left guardian of Dharma did not kill the other party? At this moment, both of them were shocked.
Yes.
At this time, the face of the leader of the Blood Sea organization had recovered a lot. Then, he moved and walked in the direction he came from. Obviously, he planned to return to the temporary base of the Blood Sea organization. He didn't plan to kill his 5 capable subordinates. It seems, even Sir Leader is afraid of the other party. The two old men quickly followed their leader and could not help but communicate with each other through voice transmission. Isn't it obvious? If he was not afraid of the other party, Sir Leader would have pursued the other party. Sir Leader is not one to be taken advantage of. Chapter 44:12. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that the leader of the Blood Sea had arrived not long after. He also did not know that the leader was afraid of his strength and retreated. Of course, even if he did not know, he could roughly guess the result. Since he could kill the 5 experts of the Blood Sea, it was enough to prove his strength. The leader of the Blood Sea was neither an ultimate expert nor an invincible upper-level ultimate god. It was impossible for him to kill him to avenge his subordinates. Moreover, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the leader of the Blood Sea might not really want to avenge his subordinates. Perhaps, to him, the people under him were just tools. Whoosh! Inside the divine artifact flying ship, Duan Lingtian stood there. Not far in front of him, the young woman and the old woman were thanking Duan Lingtian. Big brother, thank you for saving our lives. I, Yi Qiangwei, will remember what happened today. If you need my help in the future, you can look for me at the Ye family in Yiling City. At this moment, Yi Qiangwei looked at the purple-clad young man in front of her. Her eyes were filled with shock. This was because the elders beside her had told her that the young man in front of her was not old. Although she could not tell his exact age with her strength, she was certain that he was not more than 10,000 years old. Not more than 10,000 years old then, he was at most 9,000 years old. She, Yi Qiangwei, was only 3,000 years old. In the outer realm, experts were easily tens of thousands of years old, or even hundreds of thousands of years old. Especially among the upper-level ultimate gods, it was normal for them to be close to 100,000 years old. If one became an invincible upper-level ultimate god, as long as there were no accidents, it would not be difficult for him to live for more than 100,000 years even if he did not step into the ultimate expert realm. In the outer realm, those who were less than 10,000 years old were considered young. Many places even considered those who were younger than 20,000 years old, or even 30,000 years old as young. It's nothing. I just don't like them. You don't have to thank me. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Qiangwei and said indifferently, since you're going to Blue Dawn City, I'll give you a ride. When we reach Lan Xiaoqing, we will part ways, and we may never meet again. This time, he'd gone to Blue Dawn City for the sake of helping Wang Yiyuan, whom he'd met in the small world within the Crimson Devil's body, fulfill his final wish. He had no other wishes, and this was also the first goal he'd set for himself. Then, he would stay in Lanshao City for a while to learn more about the situation in the outer realm. Then, he would leave Lanshao City and go out to explore. Since he had come to the outer realm, he did not plan to stay in the city and cultivate. What he needed was not only cultivation, but also a baptism of blood and fire. His wife, Kerr, could not wait for him for too long. In the past, he had been advancing triumphantly, but that didn't mean that he would be able to do so in the future. In the future, he still had to fight for himself. Even becoming an invincible higher ultimate god was not his ultimate goal. His ultimate goal was to become an ultimate god, the strongest among ultimate gods. He wanted to find the Spectre clan member who had merged with Yun Qingyan and force him to release his wife from the soul shackles. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian did not wait for Yi Qiangwei to speak. He took a few steps back and sat cross-legged on the side of the spaceship. Even when Yi Qiangwei asked for his name, he did not say a word. Yi Qiangwei looked disappointed when she saw this. This was the first time in her life that she had been frustrated by someone of the same generation. She had seen many geniuses before. Even those young geniuses who were younger than 10,000 years old and had the strength of a high-level ultimate god had tried to curry favor with her. In fact, there was more than one of them. "Granny, who do you think he is?" Yi Qiangwei and the old woman walked to the other side of the spaceship. Yi Qiangwei looked at the old woman with a complicated expression. "I've never heard of a young genius who's not even 10,000 years old who has the strength of an invincible higher ultimate god. I don't think he's from the heavenly sand realm." The old woman glanced at the young man who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and said softly, "I've never heard of such a talented young man in the heavenly sand realm. He must be from outside the heavenly sand realm." What a joke. How could someone who was not even 10,000 years old not have a powerful background? There were legends of people who rose from the bottom up in the outer realm, but it was impossible for someone to achieve this. He's not from the heavenly sand realm? Yi Qiangwei's eyes glinted as she muttered, "I'm really curious. Which realm is he from? I've never heard of such a genius even in the outer realm. He must be a descendant of a reclusive force that rarely shows himself. Who knows, he might be a descendant of many ultimate gods." Yi Qiangwei's curiosity about Duan Lingtian was apparent. "However, this is my first time meeting such a blockhead. I've already introduced myself, but he didn't tell me his name. When I asked him about it, he ignored me. Could it be that his name is so shameful?" Yi Qiangwei lowered her voice as she spoke. She was obviously worried that Duan Lingtian would hear her. "Young mistress," the old woman was helpless. "Earlier, that young master also said that we'll part ways when I arrive at Lanchao City. We'll be strangers from now on. You'd better not provoke him. With the speed of the flying ship, we'll arrive at Lanchao City in no time." She could tell that her young mistress was curious about the young man in purple. As someone who had been through this, she knew that this was a dangerous thing. When a woman was curious about a man, it was often the beginning of her fall, and she wanted to nip all of this in the bud. "Don't forget that we're here at Lanchao City for official business," the old woman reminded her. Yi Qiangwei nodded when she heard this, and at the same time, she glanced at the nearby Duan Lingtian with slight unwillingness, and she didn't lower her voice any longer and seemed to raise it intentionally. "No matter what, I, Yi Qiangwei, won't easily forget the favor of saving my life. One day, I'll repay the favor of saving my life." Currently, Duan Lingtian didn't seal off his consciousness and hearing, so he clearly heard Yi Qiangwei's words. But even then, he still remained indifferent. He pretended that he did not hear what she said. It did not take long for the flying ship to arrive at Lanchao City. Lanchao City was a vast and magnificent city, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Dancing Sun City that Duan Lingtian had visited before. The Wang clan that Wang Yiyuan is from? I wonder what kind of clan they are in Lanchao City. When he was in Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian knew that most of the clans in the outer realm controlled the cities. The clans in the cities were also divided into different levels. For example, in Dancing Sun City, the 5 major clans that were overseen by experts were the first-class clans in Dancing Sun City. The second-class clans did not have an expert overseeing them, but had a deep foundation. There were many godly venerable experts in the clans, especially clans that were close to being an invincible upper ultimate god. "I'll keep the flying ship. I'll take my leave now." Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Yi Qiangwei. He did not wait for her to react before he kept the flying ship and flew into Lanchao City. In the blink of an eye, his figure completely disappeared from Yi Qiangwei's sight. At that moment, Yi Qiangwei found it difficult to accept Duan Lingtian's attitude. She was furious. "Do I, Yi Qiangwei, make him hate me so much? Why is he in such a hurry to leave me? Since you're in Lanchao City, it's not difficult for me to find you. We'll meet again." Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that he had unintentionally provoked a petty woman. After entering Lanchao City, he began to inquire about the Wang clan that Wang Yiyuan was from. The Wang clan used to be one of the strongest clans in Lanshao City. They had an expert overseeing them. However, 100,000 years ago, the Wang clan's expert fell and their status in Lanshao City plummeted. They went from a first-class clan to a second-class clan. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although the Wang clan has fallen, they're still deeply rooted in Lanshao City. They're one of the strongest clans, even among the second-class clans in Lanshao City. Currently, the Wang clan has 3 experts who are close to being an invincible upper ultimate god. They're the 3 founding elders of the Wang clan and also the old antiques of the Wang clan. In just half a day, Duan Lingtian had found out a lot about the Wang clan in Lanshao City at the cost of some immortal crystals. He also found out about Wang Yiyuan. Only then did he know that Wang Yiyuan was actually the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wang clan. Come to think of it, if it was not for his outstanding talent and comprehension, why would the Crimson Demon take a fancy to Wang Yiyuan and imprison him in his little world as one of the candidates for possession? Speaking of which, the prodigy of the Wang clan could be considered to have died at an untimely age. I heard some time ago that he was training outside and died. Wang Yiyuan was the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Wang clan, and his sister was the most beautiful woman in Lanshao City. The reason why the latter was able to have a smooth life in the Wang clan was mainly because of Wang Yiyuan, the prodigy that the Wang clan focused on nurturing. Now that Wang Yiyuan has died, Wang Luoyu has lost her protection. In addition to her beauty, I'm afraid she'll become a marriage tool for the Wang clan. That's right. Wang Yiyuan and Wang Luoyu are actually only collateral relatives in the Wang family. It was only because Wang Yiyuan was outstanding enough that he was accepted by one of the main branches of the Wang family. Now that Wang Yiyuan has died, Wang Luoyu's status as a direct descendant will not be lost. Otherwise, it'll seem like the Wang clan is burning the bridge after crossing the river. However, the Wang clan will definitely use Wang Luoyu's status as a direct descendant to push her out to represent the Wang clan in a marriage alliance to maximize her benefits. When Wang Yiyuan was still around, some of the higher-ups in the Wang clan already had such thoughts. However, because of Wang Yiyuan's ruckus, the matter was left unsettled. In the end, no one mentioned pushing Wang Luoyu out for a marriage alliance. After hearing all sorts of news about the Wang siblings, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Wang Yiyuan had such a dying wish. It was obvious that Wang Yiyuan knew that it would be fine if he was still alive. However, if he died, his sister would definitely be used by the Wang clan as a marriage tool. I've more or less understood the situation. Now, what I have to do is to get in touch with Wang Luoyu and tell her about Wang Yiyuan's request. After that, it'll be up to her to decide. As long as she's willing, I'll do my best to find a free and pure land for her without the pressure of a marriage alliance. After walking out of the restaurant, Duan Lingtian headed in the direction of the Wang clan. Chapter 44:13. In Lanshao City, there was a clear distinction between the clans. The first-rate clans were all stationed in the best places in Lanshao City. To the east of Lanshao City was where the 4 first-rate clans of Lanshao City were stationed. Each of the 4 first-rate clans of Lanshao City had an ultimate powerhouse. Therefore, they were the 4 most powerful clans in Lanshao City. Their status in Lanshao City was comparable to the 5 clans with ultimate powerhouses that Duan Lingtian had visited in Dancing Sun City. The 5 great clans had 5 supreme experts overseeing them. They were in the limelight and were extremely powerful. However, after the Battle of Dancing Sun City, the 5 clans of Dancing Sun City were completely crippled. Although not all of the ultimate powerhouses of the 5 clans had died, those who were still alive had escaped from Dancing Sun City. However, they could not bring their clan's foundations with them. In the end, they were destined to be destroyed by the demons of Mount Qiming, led by the Qiming demon Venerable. After all, there was an unforgettable feud between them. It would not be so easy to resolve it. Even ultimate powerhouses are not invincible. It's not impossible for them to be killed by others. The Battle of Dancing Sun City made Duan Lingtian witness a shocking scene. Ultimate powerhouses had fallen, and there was a phenomenon in the sky. A rain of blood poured down, and the momentum was vast. It was as if the heavens were crying tears of blood for the ultimate powerhouse's death. Although the Wang clan is only a second-rate clan in Lanshao City, because of its glorious past, it was once a first-rate clan in Lanshao City. Its ultimate powerhouse ancestor had built many connections outside. Even if it did not move its base, the four first-rate clans of Lanshao City did not target it and force it to move. After all, if the Wang clan was forced, it might anger the ultimate powerhouses in the outside world who had connections with the ultimate powerhouse ancestor of the Wang clan. The ultimate powerhouse ancestor of the Wang clan did not die by accident. He was taken away by the 10,000-year tribulation. His friend is also a supreme expert. Those who are still alive are undoubtedly existences that are even more powerful than him. Perhaps none of the ultimate masters of the four first-class families in Lanshao City would dare to say that they are stronger than the ultimate masters who had close ties with the Wang family's ancestor in the outside world. Moreover, the Wang family only has a base in the best place in Lanshao City. The most profitable businesses in Lanshao City are all in the hands of the four first-rate families. The Wang family can't get involved at all, and they don't dare to. The strong are respected, and the strong are respected. This has always been the case in the outer realm. Although he had not been in Lanshao City for long, Duan Lingtian had inquired about the Wang family's situation clearly. The Wang clan, as a first-rate clan in the former Blue Dawn City, had an incomparably glorious past. When the ancestor of the supreme powerhouses was still alive, it was only others who sought marriage alliances. They never had to take the initiative to find marriage alliances. However, in today's Wang clan, after not having a descendant with the talent to become an ultimate powerhouse for a long time, they once again began to form marriage alliances in order to survive. This was because they knew that as time passed, the ultimate masters that the Wang clan had connections with in the outside world would grow old one by one and be taken away by the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation. At that time, without the protection of external aid, it would be even more difficult for the Wang clan to maintain the status it currently had today. Therefore, they needed to use marriage alliances to seek other protection. In the past, Wang Luoyu, who was recognized as the #1 beauty in Lanshao City, was favored by many direct descendants of the ultimate masters in the outside world. Many of them were direct descendants of the ultimate masters. So many people in the Wang clan had their eyes on Wang Luoyu. However, Wang Luoyu's elder brother, Wang Yiyuan, had already displayed the potential to become an ultimate master. Therefore, after weighing the two sides, more people chose to support Wang Yiyuan. Wang Yiyuan was unwilling to let his sister marry, so they all supported him. Therefore, with Wang Yiyuan around, Wang Luoyu's situation was actually quite good. Even if Wang Yiyuan went missing and could not be contacted, no one made things difficult for Wang Luoyu. Until some time ago, when Wang Yiyuan's spirit pearl shattered and the Wang clan confirmed Wang Yiyuan's death, the matter of Wang Luoyu's marriage alliance was once again brought up by many people. In fact, recently, there were already many powerful families from the outside world that had sent people to propose marriage. Duan Lingtian flew over Lanshao City. Not long after, he arrived outside the inner city where the Wang clan and the four first-class clans of Lanshao City were located. Normally, the inner city would not allow unauthorized people to enter. When Duan Lingtian arrived near the inner city where the Wang clan was located, a patrolling member of the Wang clan came forward to stop him. The Wang clan is located in front of you. Please wait. The Wang clan members were an old man and two middle-aged men. They were the Wang clan's elder and two young men who were in charge of patrolling the inner city. I'm here to visit the Wang clan. Duan Lingtian stood in the void and looked at the three people in front of him calmly. At the same time, his aura appeared and shrouded the three of them. A strong pressure from his space law and sword principle pressed down on the three of them. The expressions of the two middle-aged men among the three instantly changed, and their faces flushed red. Even the old man's expression changed drastically. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, who immediately withdrew his aura, the Wang clan's elder would have most likely sought help from the Wang clan. Even then, his expression was still grave. Sir, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to show off to the Wang clan? Don't misunderstand. A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's calm face. Senior, you have the strength of a high-level ultimate god, and you're obviously not an ordinary high-level ultimate god. You must be an elder of the Wong clan, right? My name is Li Feng. I'm an itinerant cultivator from the outside world. When I was passing by Lanshao City, I heard that many young talents from big clans came to propose marriage to the Wong clan. In addition, I heard many people say that Miss Wang Luoyu is the most beautiful woman in the Wong clan. This junior has been wandering the outside world for many years, with no friends or family, with no one to rely on, and I'm already a little tired. If I can meet Miss Wang Luoyu and obtain her favor, this junior is willing to stay in the Wong clan and become a guest elder of the Wong clan. This was the excuse Duan Lingtian had thought of long ago. It was also one of his plans. His plan was to enter the Wong clan as a genius itinerant cultivator, get close to Wang Luoyu, and then find an opportunity to bring Wang Luoyu to the Wong clan. He could not use Wang Yiyuan's dying wish to ask the Wong clan to give up on the idea of a marriage alliance with Wang Luoyu. After all, the Wong clan would not give face to a dead person like Wang Yiyuan. The Wong clan valued benefits more than anything else. That was why he planned to sneak into the Wong clan. A young genius who was not even 10,000 years old, but had the strength of an unrivaled high-level ultimate god, was willing to marry into the Wong clan. To the Wong clan, this was a blessing from their ancestral graves. Why would they refuse? How could the benefits of sending Wang Luoyu out for a marriage alliance compare to this? As for whether I'm qualified, I'm willing to spar with the strongest person in the Wong clan, so that the Wong clan can see my strength and my sincerity. Duan Lingtian stared straight at the Wong clan elder and said each word in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Wong clan elder's expression to change. He could see that the young man in front of him was very strong and far stronger than him. He was also very young and definitely not more than 10,000 years old, however. When he heard that he wanted to spar with the strongest person in the Wong clan, he could not help but be shocked. Although the Wong clan no longer had an ultimate god or an invincible higher-level ultimate god, they still had two ultimate gods who were said to be close to invincible higher-level ultimate gods. These two ultimate gods were also the current pillars of the Wong clan. Their status in the Wong clan was so high that no one in this generation could compare to them. As long as they could reach an agreement, they could change the current Wong clan leader with just one word. Your matter is no longer within the scope of my concern. The old man took a deep breath and sent a message at the same time. Soon, another sagely old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion flew over. Grand Elder. When they saw the newcomer, the elder in charge of patrolling earlier and the other two Wong clan disciples bowed respectfully to him. The newcomer was the current Grand Elder of the Wong clan and also the leader of the Wong clan Elder Council. In the Wong clan, apart from the two supreme elders and the clan leader, his position was the highest. Sir, you wish to spar with the supreme elder of the Wong clan? After the Wong clan's Grand Elder arrived, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely unkind, because he felt that the violet-clothed youth before him was too arrogant, actually daring to say that he wanted to spar with their Wong clan's supreme elder. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently in response to the Grand Elder's question. At the same time, he felt a sudden burst of energy from the Grand Elder as soon as he finished speaking. The energy vibrations were extremely terrifying, but to Duan Lingtian, it was like a gentle breeze. The current Duan Lingtian was so strong that even if he was slightly weaker than those existences who were closest to the invincible upper-level ultimate gods, it would not be easy for those existences to defeat him. In front of those existences, he could definitely escape unscathed. The Wong clan had two existences who were close to the invincible upper-level ultimate gods. If they were to fight, he had no confidence of winning. He might even be at a disadvantage after a few moves, or even be defeated. After all, it was a spar, not a battle to the death. There was no option of escaping. Even so, he believed that the Wong clan would be able to see his potential. When that time came, the Wong clan would be very satisfied with this live-in son-in-law. Perhaps they could not wait for him to immediately marry Wang Luoyu and become the Wong clan's son-in-law. Whoosh! At this moment, the aura on Duan Lingtian's body shot out as well. In just a blink of an eye, it destroyed the Grand Elder's aura mercilessly. In order to further prove his strength, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all this time. He directly caused the Grand Elder of the Wang clan to take 3 steps back. At the same time, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This scene caused the other 3 members of the Wang clan to be shocked. It was just a collision of energy. The Grand Elder of the Wang clan was defeated in an instant. Chapter 44:14. Although the Grand Elder of the Wang clan was not close to being an invincible high-level supreme god, he was still an absolute powerhouse among high-level supreme gods. In terms of strength, he could be ranked in the top 10 of the Wang clan. Now, it was just a collision of auras. In the blink of an eye, someone as strong as the Grand Elder of the Wang clan was defeated. So strong. Seeing their first elder suffer a setback, the patrolling elder and the Wang clan members beside him all revealed shocked expressions. Although they already knew that the other party was powerful, due to the large gap between them and the other party, they did not have a deep understanding of the other party's strength. Now, however, they were completely frightened. It turned out that the other party was so strong. Perhaps the other party was not boasting. Perhaps he could really compete with the strongest existence of the Wang clan. Grand Elder, I wonder if I, Li Feng, am now qualified to meet the strongest existence of the Wang clan and spar with him? Duan Lingtian looked at the Grand Elder of the Wang clan and asked with a smile. Although it was just a collision of auras, he did not hold back because he knew that he had to be decisive and let the other party acknowledge his strength. Only then would his future path be smooth. As expected, faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the Grand Elder of the Wang clan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Duan Lingtian with a different gaze. There is definitely no young talent like you in the Sky Sand Realm. I wonder where you are from? The Sky Sand Realm. It was one of the regions in the Outer Land where Duan Lingtian was now. He had already known this when he was in Dancing Sun City. This included the sea region where he first came from, the Crimson Devil Ridge, the ruined cities that he went to, the Dancing Sun City, and the Lanshao City that he was currently in. They all belonged to the Heavenly Sand Realm. There were a total of 36 realms in the Outer Land, and the Sky Sand Realm was only one of them. And it was only the Sky Sand Realm, but it was said that the number of supreme experts in the open and in the dark was no less than 100. When Duan Lingtian first found out, he was also shocked. He did not expect that one of the 36 realms in the Outer Realm would have so many supreme powerhouses. However, along the way to Blue Dawn City, some of the supreme experts and forces that he passed by made him realize that it was not strange that there were more than 100 supreme experts in the Sky Sand Realm, both in the open and in the dark. The city of the Dancing Sun, for example, had 5 powerhouses guarding it. Now, in Lanshao City, there were also 4 supreme masters in charge. In these 2 cities, there were a total of 9 supreme experts on the surface. In the Sky Sand territory, there were more than 10 cities like the Blue Dawn City and the Dancing Sun City. Of course, in some cities, there were only 2 or 1 ultimate powerhouse. Even so, the total number of supreme powerhouses in the dozen or so cities amounted to about 50 people. I am not from the Sky Sand Realm. Faced with the Wang family Grand Elder's question, Duan Lingtian said calmly, I came from outside the Sky Sand Realm and wandered here. I heard of the number 1 beauty in the Blue Dawn City, Wang Luoyu, and fell in love with her at first sight. That's why I had the idea of marrying into the Wang family. Of course, even if I marry into the Wang family, I can only guarantee that I will stay in the Wang family for a period of time. At least a few hundred years, at most a few thousand years, or even 10,000 years. However, I may not stay in the Wang family forever. After all, I am used to wandering around the world, and I also want to bring my beautiful wife around the Outer Land to experience the local customs and culture. At the same time, I want to train myself and seek a breakthrough. However, if anything happens to the Wang family, as long as it is within my power, I will not shirk my duty. After all, my goal is to become a supreme powerhouse. If I stay in the Wang family and work behind closed doors, I may not be able to take that step. Of course, even if I become a supreme powerhouse, as long as I am Wang Luoyu's husband, I am a member of the Wang family. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, there was a burning look in his eyes. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, the Wang family Grand Elder did not think much of it. In his opinion, such a heaven-defying monster could not stay in the Wang family forever. The other party's interest in their Wang family's Wang Luoyu was probably just a whim. However, compared to a marriage alliance with a supreme powerhouse's young genius, if this young man was really willing to marry into the Wang family, it would undoubtedly be much more beneficial to the Wang family. Even if the young geniuses of the supreme powerhouse's forces were in the direct line of descent, they might not necessarily be able to rise to power in the future. Although their elders were at the peak of their power, they might not be willing to do something difficult for their wives and concubines. A marriage alliance with a supreme powerhouse's young genius was actually more of a matter of reputation. For example, if the Wang family grand elder had a marriage alliance with a certain faction, they might not let the matter rest if they touched the Wang family grand elder. However, if the young man in front of them really got together with their Wang family's Wang Luoyu, it would definitely be much more beneficial to the Wang family. From young Master Li Feng's words, it's not hard to see that young Master Li Feng is a straightforward person. Although the Wang family grand elder had suffered a loss in front of Duan Lingtian, he was still all smiles. At the same time, he sent 2 messages to the current Wang family patriarch and his grandfather, one of the 2 Wang family grand elders. "You flatter me, grand elder." Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and smiled. "Young Master Li Feng, please follow me to the Wang family's guest hall. Our Wang family patriarch has already gone there and is awaiting young Master Li Feng's arrival." In the message just now, the Wang family grand elder had already informed the Wang family patriarch and his grandfather, one of the 2 Wang family grand elders, of the ins and outs of the matter. According to the Wang family patriarch's intentions, if this matter really came to fruition, it would definitely be great for the Wang family. The Wang family grand elder had also expressed his willingness to spar with the other party and test his strength. If the young man was really not even 10,000 years old and already had the strength to contend with him, then the Wang family would definitely not let this son-in-law go so easily. They would do their best to keep him here. The Wang family patriarch had even sent a message to the leader of Wang Luoyu's direct line of descent, instructing him to do his job well for Wang Luoyu. If that monstrous young genius was really willing to win over Wang Luoyu, it would be a great opportunity for Wang Luoyu. It would also be a great opportunity for the Wang family. An existence who was not even 10,000 years old but was close to being an invincible higher ultimate god. Such a monstrous genius might be able to step into the ultimate realm and become an ultimate expert before the age of 20,000. An ultimate expert who was not even 20,000 years old, even in the outer realm and the history of the 10,000 worlds. Although there were not many of them, there were definitely not many of them. Moreover, each of them had left their names in history. Among them, there was no lack of universe supremacy experts. In the Wang family's estate, in a quiet and elegant courtyard, 2 young women were sitting in front of a stone table and chatting with each other. Both of them had a smile on their faces. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that one of the 2 young women was the woman who came to Lanshao City with him not long ago, Yi Changwei. Currently, the old woman who came with Yi Changwei was also standing at the side of the courtyard. Her gaze swept the surroundings vigilantly from time to time as though she was aware of the movements in the surroundings. "Sister Changwei, I'm afraid the next time you want to look for me, it won't be in Lanshao City anymore. Even if you intend to look for me, you might not be able to get what you want." At this moment, the young woman sitting together with Yi Changwei suddenly seemed to have thought of something. A helpless expression appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. At the same time, a hint of pain flashed in the depths of her eyes. At this moment, she thought of her brother, Wang Yiyuan. When she thought of how she was often willful and made her brother unhappy in the past, her heart was filled with regret. Unknowingly, tears rolled down her cheeks like pear blossoms. "Sister Luoyu, I'll look for Patriarch Wang later and tell him that I want to invite you to my place as a guest. After that, I'll arrange for you to leave and never return to the Wang family or Lanshao City again," Yi Changwei said with a resolute expression. This was also the purpose of her visit this time. "Sister Changwei, I appreciate your kindness." Wang Luoyu shook her head lightly. "However, if you really do this, it will only drag you down. Sister Luoyu, how is this a burden between us? If you and Brother Yiyuan didn't risk your life to save me back then, I would have died outside. Now that Brother Yiyuan is dead, you're my biological sister to me. Don't worry. I've already informed my father about what I'm going to do this time. He also supports me, Yi Qiangwei said. Yi Qiangwei shook her head. When Yi Qiangwei heard this, she shook her head again. Sister Qiangwei, Uncle Yi is at a crucial point in his competition for the position of patriarch of the Ye family. If he offends the Wang family because of this, I'm afraid the people who originally supported him will waver. I don't want to implicate Uncle Yi. Don't worry. Even if I really have a marriage alliance, it's not necessarily a bad thing for me. Even if there are no feelings, we can still cultivate feelings. Although Wang Luoyu said it lightly, her heart was filled with helplessness. If possible, who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for the family's interests? Luoyu. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the courtyard. It was a strong old man with a head full of white hair who strode over and arrived outside the courtyard very quickly. Grandpa Ming. Wang Luoyu stood up and walked out of the courtyard accompanied by Yi Qiangwei. She bowed respectfully to the person who came. The person who came was the head of their branch. All these years, he had taken good care of her and her brother. It could be said that he completely treated them as his grandchildren. Misty is also here? When he saw Yi Qiangwei standing beside Wang Luoyu, the old man smiled and greeted her. In the past, the Ye family was nothing in the eyes of the Wang family, who had an ultimate expert holding the fort. However, now, the Ye family's strength was no weaker than the Wang family's because the Ye family had three existences who were close to being invincible at the supreme god level. One of them was the ancestor of the direct line of descent of the Ye family that Miss Yi was in. Chapter 44:15. Yi Qiangwei was a proud daughter of heaven in the Ye family. Her status in the Ye family was on a completely different level from Wang Luoyu's status in the Wang family. Yi Qiangwei's ancestor was one of the three strongest people in the Ye family. She was doted on by that ancestor. Moreover, there were very few female descendants in the Ye family's younger generation. Therefore, she had successfully become the proud daughter of heaven in the Ye family. Due to this, even Wang Ming, who was in charge of one of the Wang family's direct descendants, was very courteous to Yi Qiangwei. Elder Wang Ming. Yi Qiangwei nodded at Wang Ming. She had a good impression of this elder from the Wang family. According to Sister Luoyu, after Wang Yiyuan's accident, many people began to treat her coldly. However, this elder from the Wang family did not treat her that way. In fact, he had even comforted her a few times. Wang Ming glanced at Wang Luoyu and sighed. Luoyu, the patriarch sent a message to me. He said that there's a young talent who wants to meet you. He said that he's willing to marry into our Wang family for you. Based on the patriarch's words, it seems like he's more willing to let that young talent marry into our Wang family than marry you off. The patriarch sent me here to inform you of this matter. He asked me to wait for news. Once he sends word, I'll bring you to him to meet that young talent. Wang Ming said. A bitter smile appeared on Wang Luoyu's face when she heard Wang Ming's words. Although there was no need for her to marry into another family, what was the difference between this and an additional marriage? She still could not choose a husband for herself. Of course, she had already accepted her fate regarding the marriage, let alone this. Elder Wang Ming. Yi Qiangwei looked at Wang Ming and frowned slightly. I'm here to bring Sister Luoyu to our Ye family as a guest to relax. I hope Elder Wang Ming can delay this matter for her. When Wang Ming heard this, he looked deeply at Yi Qiangwei before he shook his head and said, Miss Yi, the fact that you're so considerate shows that you really want to help this girl. However, I advise you to give up on this idea. If this matter blows up, it won't be a good thing for your father. It might even cause your father to lose the chance to become the head of the Ye family. As an elder of the Ye family, Wang Ming knew quite a lot about them. Currently, the position of the head of the Ye family was being contested by two of the most outstanding young men in the prime of their lives. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched in every aspect. One of them was Yi Qiangwei's father. However, once Yi Qiangwei did something that infuriated the Wang family, the matter would definitely spread to the Ye family. It might even infuriate the Ye family elders, and they would favor Yi Qiangwei's father's opponent for the position of the head of the family. Hearing this, Yi Qiangwei's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, Then don't go to the Ye family. I'll be responsible for the whole thing. You're in charge? Wang Ming shook his head. Missy, you're too naive. Even if you didn't bring Luoyu to the Ye family, as long as we can confirm that you were the one who took Luoyu away and ruined the Wang family's marriage, the Wang family will still blame you and demand an explanation from the Ye family. Don't tell me you're going to leave the Ye family? Wang Ming shook his head. He felt that this Missy was too naive. Perhaps she was too worried and confused, so she didn't see the stakes clearly. As long as Sister Luoyu is fine, so what if I leave the Ye family? Yi Qiangwei's face turned slightly red as she said in a low voice, Sister Qiangwei. At this moment, Wang Luoyu opened her mouth. If you do this, Luoyu won't go with you even if she dies. Moreover, if you leave the Ye family, Uncle Yi will also be implicated at this juncture. Sister Qiangwei, don't interfere in this matter. No matter what the outcome is, no matter what the future holds, it's Luoyu's fate. As Wang Luoyu spoke, she sighed faintly. As for Yi Qiangwei, although she didn't say anything this time, it wasn't difficult to see how great a storm was raging in her heart just by looking at her darkened expression. Grandpa Ming, go sit down in the courtyard and wait for news from the family head. Wang Luoyu looked at Wang Ming and greeted him with a smile. As for Wang Ming, when he saw how sensible Wang Luoyu was, he sighed in his heart. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, before the news of Wang Yiyuan's death spread, before everyone's eyes focused on Wang Luoyu, it would have been better if he had sent this girl away. At that time, it would have been easy to send her away. But now, it was difficult. Within the Wang family, a group of higher-ups who prioritized the family's interests were all eyeing Wang Luoyu, this family marriage tool. Luoyu. After Wang Ming entered and sat down, his originally serious face squeezed out a trace of a smile. Compared to a marriage outside, staying within the family is definitely a better choice. I heard from the elder in charge of patrolling today that the young talent is also a talent. Most importantly, he has astonishing strength at such a young age. In terms of natural talent and comprehension, even the most outstanding people in the younger generation of the family are far beyond his reach, even to the extent that no one in the younger generation of the Sky Sand territory can compare to him. Such a person can make many girls crazy for him, but he only took a fancy to you. Perhaps many years later, you'll be glad that you met him. Wang Luoyu took Wang Ming's words purely as comfort and didn't take it seriously at all. If he was really such a monstrous existence, why would he take a fancy to her, Wang Luoyu? Although she, Wang Luoyu, was publicly recognized as the #1 beauty in Blue Dawn City was only one of the cities within the Sky Sand territory. Not to mention the entire Outer Realm, even in the Sky Sand territory, there was probably someone who could not compare to her in terms of appearance and temperament. Elder Wang Ming. At this moment, even Yi Qiangwei could not bear to continue watching. She felt that Wang Ming's comfort was too exaggerated. If he is really such a monstrous figure as you said, would he be willing to marry into the Wang family for Luoyu? Based on what you said, he has a high possibility of becoming an omnipotent expert in the future. Would such a person be willing to marry into the Wang family for a woman he has never met and only seen in her portrait? Yi Qiangwei was a disciple of an aristocratic family and had seen much of the world. She knew the pride of those capable young geniuses. It was impossible for them to marry into the Wang family for a woman when they knew that the family was of no help to them. Based on what Wang Ming said, that young talent did not need to rely on the Wang family at all even if he married into the Wang family. Perhaps the Wang family would need to rely on him soon. Would such a person be willing to marry into the Wang family? What a joke. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the situation at Wang Luoyu's side. He was meeting the Wang family's current clan leader in the Wang family's main hall. The current clan leader of the Wang family was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His face was resolute, and there was a hideous scar on his forehead that looked like an earthworm. In fact, such a scar could be easily removed. However, since the clan leader kept it, there must be a reason for it. Clan leader, this is young Master Li Feng. After the Wang family's grand elder brought Duan Lingtian into the Wang family's main hall, he began to introduce Duan Lingtian to the clan leader. Li Feng greets the clan leader of the Wang family. Although Duan Lingtian knew that the clan leader of the Wang family before him might not be a match for him, since he was here on business, he could not afford to fall out with the clan leader. If he fell out with the clan leader, it would not be beneficial for him to take away Wang Yuan's younger sister, Wang Luoyu. In fact, it might even cause more trouble. Brother Li Feng. Although the person before him looked very young, and the result of his divine consciousness probing showed that he was also very young, the clan leader of the Wang family did not dare to slight the other party because of this. After all, his strength was not much stronger than their Wang family's grand elder. However, their Wang family's grand elder had suffered a great loss at the hands of the other party. Therefore, the clan leader of the Wang family was not only full of smiles at this moment, he even warmly welcomed Duan Lingtian. My name is Wang Kuei, and I'm the current clan leader of the Wang family. If Brother Li Feng can really get together with our Wang family's Luoyu, it would not only be Luoyu's honor, it would also be our Wang family's honor. I've already contacted the Grand Elder regarding Brother Li Feng's request to spar with our Wang family's Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's intention is that he is willing to spar with Brother Li Feng. Also, the Grand Elder's intention is that Brother Li Feng has come from afar, so he can rest in our Wang family for a few days and recover to his peak condition before you spar with him, Wang Kuei said with a smile. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Clan leader Wang, tell the Grand Elder that I can spar now. If he's willing, we can spar now. Seeing that Wang Kuei seemed to be slightly hesitant, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he said, after I spar with the Grand Elder, it's time for me to officially meet Miss Luoyu. To me, this spar with the Grand Elder is a demonstration of my strength in front of the Wang family. I want to let the Wang family know that I, Li Feng, am worthy of Miss Luoyu. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Kuei's expression changed slightly before he said with a smile, since Brother Li Feng has said so, I'll send a message to ask the Grand Elder. After a moment, Wang Kuei received a reply. Brother Li Feng, the Grand Elder asked me to bring you to see him. In order not to cause too much of a commotion, your spar with him will be held in one of our Wang family's spatial artifacts. Do you have any objections? If you want to spar outside, you'll have to find a secluded place outside the city, Wang Kuei asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I have no objections. If the space in your family's spatial artifact is stable enough, we'll spar there. Chapter 44:16. Sky Sand Territory. Kanglan City. Kanglan City was also a big city in Sky Sand Territory that had an ultimate expert. Its status in Sky Sand Territory was no less than Lan Shao City and Dancing Sun City. Of course, everyone knew that Dancing Sun City had been destroyed. It was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. With the destruction of the 5 big clans, order had collapsed and the rules had been broken. It had become a ruined city. Similar things often happened in the Outer Realms. A large city might be flourishing one day, but the next day, because of an unforeseen event, it would be completely destroyed and become one of the countless ruined cities in the Outer Realm. Just like the ruined cities that Duan Lingtian had been to in the past, they often had a prosperous past. However, time was merciless, and in the blink of an eye, the world had changed. Kanglan City had a total of 5 big clans, and each of them had an ultimate expert. The 5 big clans had the best resources in Kanglan City. The other clans below them, including more than 10 second clans, could only rely on them to survive. After all, they were not as strong as them, and there was nothing to complain about when they were suppressed by them. Under such circumstances, the powerhouses of the various second-rate clans were also working hard, wanting to take a step further and step into the realm of the ultimate powerhouses. Once an ultimate expert was born in a second clans, they would be directly ranked as a first clans. However, Kanglan City was not peaceful today. Boom, boom, boom. The sky above Kanglan City was covered with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and it looked like it was going to rain. However, it did not rain for a long time. Suddenly, a strong light appeared in the sky, causing Kanglan City, which was originally dark because of the dark clouds, to experience the change from day to night, and then back to day again. Bang! An earth-shattering sound of thunder came from the sky. The terrifying sound wave even caused the entire Kanglan City to tremble a few times. Then, under the gaze of everyone in Kanglan City who looked up at the sky, a figure rose from a mansion in Kanglan City and arrived in the sky above Kanglan City. Thunder and lightning fell from the sky like a waterfall, drowning the figure. After that, space warped, and even the lightning and dark clouds were swept into it. This scene caused many people to be stunned. This is what's going on? Looking at the calm sky, a moment ago, it was still raging, but now it was incomparably quiet. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine that there would be such a big change. At this moment, a figure appeared in the air above each of the 5 spacious mansions in the inner city of Kanglan City. Then, these 5 figures all gathered together. I really didn't expect that the 6th strongest in our Kanglan City would be that guy from the Ming clan. One of them sighed emotionally. That old fellow is from the same generation as me. Back then, his innate talent and comprehension were not inferior to mine. If it wasn't for the fact that he experienced quite a big calamity later on that delayed his progress, perhaps he would have become an ultimate expert a step ahead of me. I have to say that this guy is pretty lucky. I heard that he was injured during the last Millennium Tribulation. Although it was only a minor injury, it's a sign of decline for a high-level ultimate god like him. If he can't break through and become an ultimate god, it's only a matter of time before he falls under the heavenly tribulation. Once he breaks through, our Kanglan City will have a 6th ultimate god. The Ming clan will also become the 6th first-rate clan in Kanglan City. Everyone, greet the juniors below. Take out some of the properties that our 5 clans are in charge of and distribute them to the Ming clan. From today onward, the Ming clan will be on equal footing with our 5 major clans. Become an ultimate god. In the air above the mansions of the 5 major first-rate clans in Kanglan City, the 5 ultimate gods gathered together to communicate. Obviously, not only did they recognize the person who had hidden in the clouds earlier and was swept away by the heavenly tribulation, but they could also see that he was about to become an ultimate god. As ultimate gods, they had all experienced a similar experience. They were taken away by the power of heaven and earth, swept into a space, and underwent a baptism to transform their strength and completely become an ultimate god. There was no danger in this process. As long as a person reached this step, they would be able to smoothly become a supreme expert. However, it was extremely difficult to reach this step. One had to meet the requirements of becoming an ultimate god in a certain aspect to receive the recognition of heaven and earth, be baptized by lightning and refined by space, and finally become an ultimate god. Currently, one of the Ming clan's second-rate clans in Kanglan City, who was close to becoming an invincible higher godly venerable, had reached this step and was taken away by the power of heaven and earth. Next, he would be baptized by lightning and refined by space to become an ultimate god. This was just a process. In the eyes of the ultimate gods of the 5 major first-rate clans, when this person from the Ming clan returned, he would be an ultimate god who could be on equal footing with them. Although he had just entered the ultimate realm, they were not necessarily stronger than him, even if some of them had become ultimate gods tens of thousands of years ago. After entering the ultimate realm, it was extremely difficult to advance further. It was precisely because of this that most ultimate gods' strength was on the same level. Even if they were stronger, it could only be because their original bodies were different and their clans were different. Humans, for example, were at a disadvantage in this aspect. Even if a human's body was transformed by the baptism of heaven and earth when they became ultimate gods, the transformation effect was not as good as those of great demons and foreign life forms because their foundation was not as good as those of other life forms. Even so, the strength of a human ultimate god's body was not something that any great demons and foreign life forms who had not become ultimate gods could compare to. In the sky above Kanglan City, a phenomenon descended. In the second-rate Ming clan, a figure flew into the sky and was swept away by the power of heaven and earth. Many people saw this scene. Some people who knew about the phenomenon of an ultimate god breaking through also realized that the Ming clan was about to produce an ultimate god. The Ming clan is going to rise completely this time. The Ming clan has produced an ultimate god. The Ming clan will become the 6th first-rate clan in our Kanglan City. Similar discussions were everywhere in Kanglan City. In the Ming clan mansion, there was already a wave of excited laughter and cheers. The ancestor has become an ultimate god. Our Ming clan has risen. I really didn't expect that our Ming clan would produce an ultimate god one day. This will be the first ultimate god in our Ming clan's history, right? Yes. Although our Ming clan has produced many ultimate gods in the past, the strongest in history was only an existence that was extremely close to being an invincible higher ultimate god. An ultimate god has never appeared before. When the ancestor returns, our Ming clan will become a first-rate clan in Kanglan City. Haha. Just now, I received a message from some friends of the 5 first-rate clans. They said that their clans have already gathered to discuss ceding some of their properties to our Ming clan. In my life, to be able to see the Ming clan today, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Everyone in the Ming clan was excited. In a spacious and luxurious courtyard in the Ming clan, a young man's face was filled with excitement, but a hint of gloominess also flashed in his eyes. The Wang clan of Lanshao City completely looked down on me when I came to propose marriage. Isn't it because our Ming clan has never produced an ultimate god and is not strong enough? Now, our Ming clan has produced an ultimate god. Moreover, it's the ancestor of my bloodline. Moreover, it's my direct bloodline, and I'm the only son of the ancestor. He was well aware of how much that old ancestor of his valued him. In the past, he lacked a rare herb because of his cultivation. It was the ancestor who went deep into the tiger's den to retrieve the rare herb for him, allowing his cultivation path to be smooth sailing. That old ancestor completely saw him as the hope of the direct line of descent that was passed down. When the ancestor returns, I'll mention to him that I'm the one who wants to marry the woman from the Wang clan of Lanshao City. Even if the ancestor doesn't personally make an appearance, he'll definitely let the clan do it. At that time, I'd like to see how the Wang clan of Lanshao City, which only produced an ultimate god in the past, has the guts to reject my marriage proposal. In the past, I wanted to take Wang Luoyu as my first wife, but now, she's only fit to be a lowly concubine. The eyes of the Ming clan's younger direct bloodline disciple, Ming Yuzheng, shone brightly. There was a hint of coldness in the depths of his eyes. Regardless of whether it was the death of one of the 5 ultimate gods in Wuyang City, the annihilation of the 5 great clans, or the birth of another ultimate god in Kanglan City, they were all major events in the Tiansha region. News of these 2 major events reached Lanshao City one after another. In Lanshao City, the news of these 2 incidents spread like wildfire. Even as more and more people in the second-rate Wang family's mansion knew about it, the head of the Wang family and the head elder of the Wang family had already left the Wang family. Of course, strictly speaking, they did not leave the Wang clan. Instead, they entered a spatial artifact that had been passed down in the Wang clan for generations. Within the spatial artifact, a purple-robed youth stood in the air. Currently, the space around him was a vast expanse, and he could not see the end of it. Opposite the purple-robed youth was an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He was dressed in a light green robe and looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. No emotions could be seen on his face. You're not even 10,000 years old, but you have such strength. You can be considered a peerless genius. I wonder where you're from, little brother? The green-robed old man was one of the 2 grand elders of the second-grade Wang clan of Wuyang City. He was also one of the Wang clan's 2 existences who were close to being an invincible high-level supreme god. In his opinion, the young man before him was so peerless that there was no way he was just a lone cultivator. No matter how lucky a lone cultivator was, it would be difficult for him to reach this stage at such a young age. Senior, Duan Lingtian said calmly, if you want to chat with me, let's finish sparring first. How about that? You're rather impatient. The green-robed old man shook his head and smiled disdainfully. Then, his turbid gaze changed and became extremely sharp. If that's the case, then let me see what you're capable of. In the next moment, the old man's aura shot up to the sky. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword and swept towards Duan Lingtian. Chapter 44:17. That was right. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Wang clan in Lanshao City was also a sword cultivator. His sword radiance soared into the sky as the metal elemental law shone brightly and filled the entire artifact space. It was like a blazing sun that illuminated the dark and murky time and brought light to the universe. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the appearance of the metal elemental law at the perfection stage. No matter what, his opponent was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Wang clan in Lanshao City and was said to be close to an invincible upper ultimate god. It was not surprising that he had comprehended the metal elemental law at the perfection stage. However, what shocked Duan Lingtian was that the Grand Supreme Elder of the Wang clan in Lanshao City was not only proficient in the metal elemental law, but he had also mastered the sword principle. Moreover, it was not the embryonic form of the sword principle, but the real sword principle. Of course, in terms of the sword principle realm, he was much weaker than Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian also unleashed his sword. In terms of weapons, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, which was now a supreme artifact, did not have any advantage because the sword in the Wang clan Grand Supreme Elder's hand was also a supreme artifact. Duan Lingtian infused his divine power into the divine sword. The sword hummed, and the seven-colored sword radiance shone brilliantly. It was especially eye-catching among the golden sword radiance that filled the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The golden sword radiance filled the entire artifact space. The terrifying sword essence seemed to cause the entire artifact space to tremble. The current Wang clan leader and the Wang clan Grand Supreme Elder stood in the distance with a solemn expression. In the past, they had once asked this Supreme Elder to give them guidance. However, compared to the situation today, this Supreme Elder was only playing a small game with them in the past. Today, they had truly witnessed the Grand Supreme Elder's peerless talent. The metal elemental law was amazing. The sword principle was equally amazing. No wonder some people say that the Grand Supreme Elder is the hope of the Wang clan to have another ultimate expert. The Grand Supreme Elder might really have the chance to enter the ultimate realm and become an ultimate expert. The Wang clan leader muttered to himself. In the field, Duan Lingtian and the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan were fighting. When the Supreme Elder activated his bloodline power to attack, Duan Lingtian also felt the terrifying strength of this white-haired old man. No wonder he was close to being an invincible high-level supreme god. This person was definitely the most powerful opponent he had encountered since coming to the Outer Realm. Apart from the Immortal Realm, no one would dare to say that they could win against the old man in front of them unless an invincible higher-level supreme god appeared. Senior, your strength is truly admirable. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to defeat me with just the sword Dao. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had already exchanged over 100 moves with the old man. After these 100 moves, although Duan Lingtian fell into a slight disadvantage a few times, he quickly turned the situation around. He'd relied on none other than his sword Dao that was even more formidable than the sword Dao that his opponent had grasped. When it came to the path of the sword, the one who reached the apex would be the first. This had nothing to do with age. It was only related to perception. After 100 moves, the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan also noticed the problem. Since he had comprehended the sword Dao, his opponent had relied on his more powerful sword Dao to find a loophole and escape many times when he had the upper hand. This was entirely because his opponent's sword Dao was more powerful than his. In terms of strength, his opponent was actually weaker than him, even if his opponent's sword Dao was stronger. However, because both of them had mastered the way of the sword, even if their paths were different, they were still ways of the sword, and there were many similarities between them. Today, even if I don't master the sword Dao but saber Dao, spear Dao, or other weapons, it's almost impossible for me to defeat him, unless I master one of the other 3 heaven and earth Daos. After realizing this, the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan could not help but sigh. Let's end the sparring here. If this continues, both of us will only continue to exhaust each other. I'm afraid it's not possible for us to determine the victor. I admit that it's impossible for me to defeat you. However, it's also impossible for you to defeat me. In the end, my strength is still a level higher than yours. After saying this, the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan had already put away his powerful divine sword. He stood in the distance and looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. If he had not seen it with his own eyes and experienced it for himself, He would not have believed that a young man who was not even 10,000 years old could reach this stage. He was even certain that this was the case. As long as this person did not die prematurely, it was only a matter of time before he became an ultimate expert. In fact, if this person became an ultimate expert, he would not be an ordinary ultimate expert. He knew about ultimate experts. Many ultimate experts were extremely talented before they became ultimate experts, but after they became ultimate experts, it was difficult for them to progress any further. That was because they had wasted far too much time before they became omnipotent powerhouses. For example, if he became an ultimate expert one day, his strength would probably remain at that level forever. If he wanted to progress any further, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. He was already very old. In fact, he might not even have the chance to become an ultimate expert. However, when he thought about the battle just now, the supreme elder of the Wang clan could not help but have an uncontrollable light in the depths of his eyes. Earlier, he had stopped in time not only because he felt that there was no point in continuing, but also because he had comprehended something in the way of the sword during the battle. At this moment, he was communicating with Duanling Tian as he tried to capture that vague feeling. If his way of the sword could progress further, he would be one step closer to becoming an ultimate expert. Indeed, Duanling Tian nodded. The battle just now had allowed him to witness the old man's strength. If Senior did not comprehend the way of the weapon, based on Senior's attainments in that way of the sword, I would only lose if the battle dragged on. Let's end this battle here. Next, I have a request that I hope Senior will agree to, Duanling Tian said to the old man. Speak. The purple-clad young man before him had helped him find an opportunity to improve his way of the sword. Even if it was not intentional, he had unintentionally helped him greatly. He was still very grateful for this. When he heard that the other party had a request, he naturally could not refuse. In fact, as long as it was within his power, he would not refuse. He had been so magnanimous all his life. If he went against his heart now, it would be even more difficult for him to improve further. This junior hopes that Senior can be a matchmaker and help me and Miss Wang Luoyu from the aristocracy. In my life, I have seen many beauties, but only this Miss Wang Luoyu made me fall in love with her at first sight. Unable to extricate myself, if I am not fated to be with her, I'm afraid my path to becoming an ultimate expert will be obstructed. I'm sure Senior can understand why you have come to this point. One wrong step will lead to many more mistakes, and in the end, it will be harder than ascending to the heavens to try to remedy it. Duanling Tian's expression became more and more solemn as he spoke. Of course, these words of his were naturally nonsense, however. Even though it was nonsense, there was evidence to be relied on and there were traces to be followed. At least, there was no loophole to be found. The other party was stunned at first, then he looked deeply at Duanling Tian. I've heard about this matter from the clan leader. I really did not expect that a female disciple of our clan would be fortunate enough to become a hindrance to little brother Li Feng's path of cultivation. After he finished speaking, he pondered for a while and said, however, this so-called marrying into the clan is just a joke. It is her fortune to be able to marry you. Little brother Li Feng, if there is anything you need the Wang clan to do, you don't have to stand on ceremony. From now on, we are all one family. The words of the Wang clan's supreme elder were obviously intending to help Duanling Tian. As far as he was concerned, if he could do this favor, it would only be beneficial to him and the Wang clan, and there would be no harm at all. Duanling Tian never imagined that the Wang clan's supreme elder would be so open-minded and directly agree to it. Moreover, his words were magnanimous, causing Duanling Tian, who originally had a firm will, to be unable to help but be slightly shaken. A wave of guilt rose from his heart. Forget it. I'll just take it that I owe him and the Wang clan a favor. I'll just return these 2 favors in the future. Duanling Tian comforted himself in his heart. At the same time, he quickly adjusted his emotions. On the other side, the Wang clan leader and the Wang clan grand elder quickly found out about Duanling Tian's attitude from the Wang clan's grand elder. They were also told to cooperate with Duanling Tian. Of course, in their eyes, Duanling Tian was a peerless monster called Li Feng who came from outside the Tiansha realm. He had the potential to be extremely powerful. Grand Elder, I'll definitely handle this matter properly, the head of the Wong clan repeatedly agreed. Subsequently, the Wong clan's grand elder bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and left. The Wong clan leader called out to Duan Lingtian and left together. Little brother Li Feng, I'll first arrange a place for you to stay. Then, I'll immediately have someone bring Wang Luoyu to see you. Chapter 44:18. Before the Wang clan's supreme elder left, he informed Duan Lingtian of his name, Wang Jingrao. It was obvious that he had acknowledged Duan Lingtian's strength. Otherwise, as a senior who was much older than Duan Lingtian, he would not have been so courteous to Duan Lingtian. This was a form of acknowledgement from Duan Lingtian. It should be noted that even in the Wang clan, very few people knew the supreme elder's name. Although most people knew of his existence, they would address him respectfully as ancestor or supreme elder. Subsequently, when Duan Lingtian, the Wang clan leader, and the Wang clan's grand elder left together, the Wang clan's grand elder introduced himself respectfully to Duan Lingtian. After that, the Wang clan's grand elder bade farewell and left. The Wang clan leader led Duan Lingtian to personally arrange a place for Duan Lingtian to stay in the Wang clan. Although the place was in the Wang clan's mansion, there were a few artificial mountains and a small stream that flowed through it. On both sides of the stream were flowers and trees. There were also many small birds circling around it. It could be said that it was a place filled with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Brother Li Feng, if there's anything you need, just tell her. From now on, she'll be at your disposal. She'll arrange for some maids to come over later. Not long after the Wang clan leader led Duan Lingtian into the quiet courtyard, an ordinary-looking, kind-looking middle-aged woman arrived. After greeting the Wang clan leader respectfully, she looked at Duan Lingtian with surprise in her eyes before lowering her head again. Aunt Xiao has been in our Wang clan for many years and has always been reliable. At the same time, she's also one of the housekeepers of our Wang clan. With her at your disposal, Brother Li Feng, there shouldn't be any problems. As the Wang clan leader instructed the middle-aged woman, he used voice transmission to introduce Duan Lingtian to the middle-aged woman in depth. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened continuously during this process. This young man was not even 10,000 years old, but he was able to fight to a draw with one of the two strongest people in the Wang clan. At this moment, she finally understood why the clan leader had arranged for him to stay here. One had to know that this was the place where the Wang clan had always entertained their most esteemed guests. A long time ago, when the Wang clan still had a supreme expert, some of the supreme expert's ancestors' friends had even stayed here. Later on, those who were able to live in this place were either astonishingly powerful or had an extraordinary background. Moreover, they had a high status in the forces behind them. Earlier, she had assumed he was a spoiled brat from some supreme expert force. She did not expect him to be someone with frightening strength. I'll have to trouble then. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the woman, and the woman was instantly slightly flattered when she heard this. Young Master Li Feng, you're too courteous. Feel free to let me know if there's anything you need me for. Brother. The Wang clan leader looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, do you intend to rest first and see Wang Luoyu tomorrow? Or do you want to see her now? If you want to see her now, I'll get someone to bring her here. The Wang clan leader said, see you tomorrow. Duan Lingtian said to the Wang clan leader. Now, he was destined to see Wang Luoyu, so there was no hurry. Although he did not suffer any injuries in the battle with the Wang clan grand elder, his essence, qi, and spirit had been greatly depleted. He indeed needed to rest, of course. This kind of depletion of essence, qi, and spirit would take at most 10 days to half a month to fully recover. All right. Duan Lingtian's reply was within the expectations of the Wang clan's patriarch. At the same time, he was able to understand the inner workings of the young man before him. He surely wanted to face the person he admired in a better state. He had been young before. He, too, once had someone he liked. Brother Li Feng, since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Have a good rest. If there's anything you need, and if Aunt Xiao can't handle it, you can ask her to look for me. If there's something urgent, you can ask Aunt Xiao to call me over. In front of Duan Lingtian, the Wang clan leader, Wang Kue, was very humble. He even said bluntly that if Duan Lingtian had something urgent, He could ask someone to look for him. After all, he was the Wang clan leader. In the Wang clan, the only ones who could make him run around were the two Grand Supreme Elders with lofty statuses. And now, there was obviously another person. After Duan Lingtian officially settled down in the Wang clan, on the other side of the Wang clan mansion, Wang Ming looked at Wang Luoyu and said with a sigh, "The clan leader just sent a message saying that that person will rest first today and will only see you tomorrow. Have a good rest tonight. I'll look for you at noon tomorrow and bring you to see him." As soon as Wang Ming finished speaking, he turned around and left. As he turned around, he could not help but shake his head lightly. If it was possible, he also hoped that Wang Luoyu would be able to walk out of the cage that was the Wang clan. However, it was obviously impossible. The Wang clan would not give up on such a good social resource. After Wang Ming left, Yi Qiangwei could not help but feel slightly angry. What did that person mean? So impolite? He came to look for you. If he wanted to see you, he would see you. If he didn't want to see you, he wouldn't see you. Why did he purposely drag it out until tomorrow? He made us wait here for half a day in vain. Right now, Yi Qiangwei was a little angry. Sister Qiangwei. Wang Luoyu shook her head lightly and said, "Since that person wants to see me tomorrow, he must have his own plans. Don't be angry because of me." When Yi Qiangwei heard Wang Luoyu's words, she could not help but frown. Then, she sent a voice transmission to the old woman standing nearby and asked if she was confident she could bring Wang Luoyu out of the Wang clan. Young Mississippi, the old woman sent a voice transmission and sighed. "If we had just arrived, as long as Miss Luoyu cooperated, perhaps we would have some confidence. But now, I'm afraid it's impossible." Just now, I could clearly feel that there were a few more powerful divine senses in the surroundings. Obviously, there are strong people in the Wang clan watching over here. Their purpose is to prevent Miss Luoyu from leaving. When the old woman said this, Yi Qiangwei instantly felt despair, but at the same time, she became even more furious. "Tomorrow, I'll follow Sister Luoyu over to see. What kind of man is actually so shameless to force a girl to marry him?" Now, Yi Qiangwei was counting her chickens before they hatched. However, the next day, when she wanted to go over with Wang Luoyu, she was stopped by Wang Ming. "Young Miss Yi, the patriarch said that only Luoyu will be brought over. As for you, you can't follow." When Wang Ming said this, Yi Qiangwei originally wanted to say something but was stopped by the old woman. "Young miss, let's stay here and wait for Miss Luoyu to return." Because right when Wang Ming finished speaking, she clearly sensed that a few terrifying auras had locked onto her, and it seemed as if they would attack her at any moment. Chapter 44:19. Within the elegant and tranquil courtyard that was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds, the sound of flowing water ceaselessly rang out. Duan Ling Tian, who wore violet clothes, was squatting by the side of the stream as he stretched out his hand to pick up a small fish that had swam into the shallows and was stranded before releasing it back into the stream. "Little fellow, don't wander around willfully in the future. You've gone too far in some places, and the only thing waiting for you is the end of your life," Duan Lingtian muttered as he looked at the small fish that he had released. At the same time, his gaze became a little dazed at this moment. He was a stranger in a foreign land. To him, the land outside the realm was truly a foreign land. Most of the places here were far away from the god-defying realm where he was originally from. There were tens of thousands of realms connected to this place, including the god-defying realm. "Young Master Li Feng, the clan leader has brought Miss Luoyu here." Suddenly, the woman's voice sounded out from behind Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he stood up as well. At the same time, he turned around and looked outside the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Wang Kuei, the clan leader of the Wang clan, was leading the way. Two people followed behind him. One was an old man, and the other was a young woman with a beautiful face. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. She's indeed beautiful to be recognized as the most beautiful woman in Lanshao City. Moreover, Wang Luoyu did not look like Wang Yiyuan at all. If Wang Yiyuan had not asked him to take care of his sister before he died, he would not have believed that such a beautiful woman was Wang Yiyuan's sister. It wasn't that Wang Yiyuan was ugly, but the two of them didn't look alike at all. Haha, brotherly Feng, sorry to keep you waiting. Wang Kuei walked into the courtyard and greeted Duan Lingtian with a laugh as though they were close friends. Wang Ming and Wang Luoyu followed behind him as well. Wang Ming followed suit and bowed to Duan Lingtian. Wang family's elder Wang Ming and Wang Luoyu, a descendant of our lineage, greet young Masterly Feng. With this sentence, Duan Lingtian knew that he was the person in charge of Wang Yuan and Wang Luoyu's direct line of descent. Patriarch Wang. Duan Lingtian smiled at Wang Kuei. Then, his gaze fell on Wang Luoyu. In that instant, his gaze became somewhat scorching. He even turned a deaf ear to Wang Kuei's next words. Seeing this, Wang Kuei didn't feel embarrassed or angry. He just smiled and called out to Wang Ming and the woman in the courtyard, as well as a few other servant girls, and then left with them. Duan Lingtian and Wang Luoyu were left alone in the courtyard. In his opinion, at this time, what brotherly Feng wanted the most was to spend time alone with Wang Luoyu. Elder Wang Ming, brotherly Feng is a man of striking appearance. It won't be an insult to Luoyu. You don't have to look so glum. After leaving the courtyard, Wang Kuei frowned slightly and looked at Wang Ming. He naturally saw the unnatural expression on Wang Ming's face. Hearing this, Wang Ming smiled bitterly. Patriarch, if Luoyu can be with young Masterly Feng, it's his fault. I'm only glum because I'm worried that young Masterly Feng will get bored and abandon Luoyu in the future. This girl lost her parents when she was young. She and her only brother, Wang Yiyuan, depend on each other. Now, even Wang Yiyuan, Wang Ming didn't continue. He just shook his head and sighed. Hearing this, Wang Kuei's expression softened slightly. What happened to Wang Yiyuan is something that no one wants to see. After all, he was publicly acknowledged by the two grand elders as the one with the most hope of reaching the ultimate stage among the current generation of Wang family disciples. As the patriarch of the Wang family, how could he not feel heartache when something happened to Wang Yuan? Wang Yiyuan was considered a genius even in the history of the Wang family. Of course, he definitely couldn't compare to that monster called Li Feng, but in the Sky Sand realm, he was still a rare genius. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know or hear the conversation between the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, and Wang Ming outside the courtyard. This was because the courtyard had its own soundproofing array that isolated the sounds inside. Since Duan Lingtian couldn't hear it, Wang Luoyu naturally couldn't hear it either. Come and sit. After confirming that the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, and the others had left the courtyard, they no longer observed them. Duan Lingtian's burning gaze towards Wang Luoyu disappeared and was replaced by indifference. After that, Duan Lingtian slowly walked to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down. At the same time, he gestured for Wang Luoyu to sit as well. At this moment, Wang Luoyu was also a little confused. Just now, the burning gaze of the other party had scared her so much that her heartbeat kept accelerating, and the sudden change in the other party's attitude completely baffled her. However, although she walked closer to Duan Lingtian, she didn't dare to sit down. Instead, she stood in front of the stone table and lowered her head somewhat awkwardly. Young Masterly Feng, what are your orders? Sit down. Duan Lingtian spoke again. His voice was a little louder, and there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. Seeing that Wang Luoyu was trembling in fear but still didn't sit down, Duan Lingtian shook his head and shrugged helplessly. Sit down. I'm a friend of your brother, Wang Yiyuan. My brother's friend? Wang Luoyu finally raised her head and glanced at Duan Lingtian. There was confusion and disbelief in her eyes. I've never heard my brother mention you as a friend. I know almost all of my brother's friends, Wang Luoyu said. Although that was what she said, Wang Luoyu also felt that with the other party's status, there was no need for him to pretend to be her brother's friend, unless he wanted to use this opportunity to quickly get closer to her. But that didn't seem to be necessary. After all, with the Wang family around, she couldn't possibly reject the other party. I met your brother not long before he died, Li Mu said. Duan Lingtian spoke again. Wang Luoyu's expression immediately changed. Then, as if she had suddenly gained courage, she stared straight at Duan Lingtian. Young Masterly Feng, do you know how my brother died? At this moment, Wang Luoyu seemed to have lost her composure. Sit down and let's talk. This time, Wang Luoyu was finally willing to sit down. But her gaze towards Duan Lingtian became increasingly anxious. Young Master Li Feng, do you know? She knew nothing about her brother's death, nor did she have any clues. Even the Wang family didn't have any clues. I know. As Duan Lingtian spoke, Wang Luoyu's eyes suddenly brightened. At the same time, she became even more anxious. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian did not hide anything. He recounted how he and Wang Yiyuan were similar, and at the same time, he also told her about the situation he and Wang Yiyuan were in at that time. When she found out that her brother had died in the scheme of a supreme powerhouse, although Wang Luoyu felt despair, she was still filled with grief and indignation. After all, that was her brother, her biological brother. Unknowingly, she bit her lips so hard that it bled. Her delicate fists were also tightly clenched. It was obvious that she was unable to control her emotions. I'm here this time because I've been entrusted by your brother, Wang Yiyuan, to bring you away from the Wang family so that you won't be used as a tool for the marriage alliance. My real name is Duan Lingtian, not Li Feng. However, it's best not to reveal my real identity in front of them. Also, don't let them know my purpose. Otherwise, they won't let me bring you away. Duan Lingtian directly told Wang Luoyu the purpose of his visit this time. This was also to prevent Wang Luoyu from resisting during the process. Do you have any evidence to prove that you know my brother? Earlier, you said that he gave his spatial ring to you as well? Wang Luoyu looked at Duan Lingtian as if she wanted to confirm it one last time. When she saw Duan Lingtian take out a spatial ring, she was finally completely certain that he was not lying. To be able to make her brother remove the ownership of the self-destructing spatial ring meant that her brother trusted the person he entrusted the spatial ring to very much, and she believed in her brother's judgment. Elder brother Duan, before my brother died, was he in a lot of pain? After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, Wang Luoyu's voice trembled slightly. Her tone was filled with uncontrollable sobs. Chapter 44:20. He didn't suffer much when he died. Duan Lingtian recalled the scene of Wang Yiyuan's death and sighed. He said to Wang Luoyu, the only thing he couldn't let go of was you. However, even before he died, he still tried his best to give you a way out. Of course, at that time, he wasn't sure if I could escape from the clutches of that supreme powerhouse. However, that was the only thing he could do for you at that time. As for me, after I escaped, I searched all the way and came to Lanshao City. After I found out about your current situation, I thought of this idea. I pretended to marry into the Wang clan, but in reality, I wanted to bring you away from the Wang clan and Lanshao City to a place where the Wang clan couldn't find you and settle you down there. Duan Lingtian said, Elder brother Duan, you're so considerate. Wang Luoyu nodded lightly, but her tears still flowed down uncontrollably. She seemed to have lost her strength at this moment. Her brother was really gone. I hope you don't disappoint your brother Wang Yiyuan's last words to me. From now on, you just have to listen to my arrangements. I'll bring you away from the Wang clan in one piece. Duan Lingtian said again. The girl in front of him was crying so hard that she was like a pear blossom in the rain. However, he did not have much time to pity this girl. He was more concerned about how he could escape from the Wang clan without any flaws. Although the Grand Elder of the Wang clan seemed to think highly of him and was friendly to him, however, the premise was that he wanted to marry a female disciple of the Wang clan. The Grand Elder also hoped that he would be related to the Wang clan. Once the Grand Elder found out that he was only here to bring Wang Luoyu away, he might not be so easy to talk to. Although his talent and comprehension were high, and if there were no accidents, there was hope for him to become a supreme powerhouse in the future. However, so what if that was the case? After all, he was still not a supreme powerhouse. The Wang clan might not be willing to give up the best marriage tool in the Wang clan just to invest in him. Elder brother Duan, don't worry. Hearing Duan Lingtian mention her brother again, Wang Luoyu's pretty face froze, and she became unusually serious. I won't disappoint my brother. I definitely won't. Next, I will do whatever you want me to do. Wang Luoyu said. All right. A smile finally appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. As long as the other party cooperated, he would be able to do the rest by himself. However, for the sake of caution, he seriously reminded Wang Luoyu again, "Don't let anyone know about this. And let a third person know that Li Feng is just a name I made up. Elder brother Duan, don't worry, Luoyu understands." Wang Luoyu hurriedly nodded. She trusted and had a good impression of the young man in front of her. If it was someone else, even if they received benefits from her brother, they wouldn't really fulfill their promise. After all, it was just a verbal promise. Furthermore, it was the promise of a person who was about to die. Without a third person present, even if he didn't fulfill the promise, no one would know. However, the person in front of her didn't do that. This was enough to prove that the person in front of her was someone who kept his promise and was trustworthy. After receiving Wang Luoyu's consent, Duan Lingtian nodded. "Later, you will act as if you've hit it off with me at first sight, and that we get along very well. Let them think that you also admire me, and that it isn't my wishful thinking. Then, I will take the opportunity to propose marriage to the Wang family. After that, we have two choices. 1. We can postpone the wedding date and leave the Wang family and Lan Xiaoqing before the wedding date to bring you out of the Wang family's control. 2. We can hold the wedding as usual. Of course, you and I both know that it's just a fake wedding. The one you're marrying is Li Feng and not me, Duan Lingtian. The first choice isn't risky, but we will fall out with the Wang family. The second choice is almost free of risk. After the wedding, we can use the excuse of going out to relax and never return. Under such circumstances, the Wang family won't be able to guess that my purpose of coming to the Wang family is to bring you out of the Wang family's control." At this point, Duan Lingtian paused and said, "No matter what choice you make, I will cooperate with you." Obviously, Duan Lingtian had given Wang Luoyu the power to choose. When Wang Luoyu heard this, she pondered for a moment before speaking again. "Elder brother Duan, I choose the second choice. We will fake the wedding and then leave the Wang family as usual. I don't want the people in the Wang family who care about me to worry." In the end, Wang Luoyu also explained the reason for her decision. "You don't have to explain too much. I've said before that no matter what choice you make, I will cooperate with you." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "This is also my promise to your brother. Now, I will send you out. As for how you're going to behave, that's up to you. I can see that you and your brother are both smart people." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian stood up and led Wang Luoyu out of the courtyard. As the courtyard was isolated by a soundproof formation and was under Duan Lingtian's control, Duan Lingtian was not worried that someone would eavesdrop on his conversation with Wang Luoyu. Moreover, with his current abilities, even the two Wang family's supreme elders who were close to being invincible high-level ultimate gods would not be able to eavesdrop on his conversation without anyone noticing, let alone Wang Kuei, the Wang family's clan leader. Outside, when the Wang clan's patriarch, Wang Kuei, saw Duan Lingtian and Wang Luoyu walk out side by side, and Duan Lingtian had a brilliant smile on his face, and Wang Luoyu had her head lowered in embarrassment. His face revealed a brilliant smile as well. Based on the current situation, Wang Luoyu was obviously interested in this young genius. When Elder Wang Ming saw this scene, his worried expression eased up a little. "Follow Elder Wang Ming back first. I have something to discuss with clan leader Wang." Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Luoyu beside him and said gently. Wang Luoyu nodded lightly. "Yes, big brotherly." Then, she left Duan Lingtian's side with a blush on her face and walked toward Wang Ming. Her bashful appearance caused the gloomy expression on Wang Ming's face to disappear completely. It seemed that Wang Luoyu not only did not reject this young genius, but she also seemed to have feelings for him. After Wang Ming left with Wang Luoyu, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Kuei, the Wang family's clan leader, and said with a startled expression, "Clan leader Wang, today, I formally propose marriage to the Wang family. I want to marry Wang Luoyu in a month's time. I'll have to trouble clan leader Wang to inform all the guests in this month's time. At that time, I want to give Luoyu a proper wedding. Before that, I'm willing to follow the process of becoming a guest elder of the Wang family and become a guest elder of the Wang family." Wang Kuei did not expect Duan Lingtian to say this. He did not expect him to be so anxious to marry Wang Luoyu after seeing her. However, when he thought of Wang Luoyu's shy expression, he faintly realized that the two of them might have taken a liking to each other. Otherwise, they would not have acted like this. Of course, this was undoubtedly a joyous occasion for the Wang family. Haha, Brother Li Feng, you can count on me. In a month's time, the Wang family will arrange your wedding properly. Also, I'd like to congratulate Brother Li Feng in advance for bringing home the beauty. The smile on Wang Kuei's face was as radiant as it could be. From this day onward, the Wang family would have another person who was close to being an invincible higher-level supreme god. Moreover, this person was not even 10,000 years old and already had the ability of an invincible higher-level supreme god. Such a monstrous existence had never appeared in the history of the heavenly sand realm. This time, our Wang family will once again become the center of attention. At this moment, Wang Kuei was extremely excited. When the time comes, I'll also send wedding invitations to the few supreme experts who were on good terms with our Wang family ancestors. Even if only one of them comes in the end, it will still be a great thing for our Wang family. With the help of supreme experts and a young and monstrous guest elder like Li Feng, why should our Wang family worry about not being able to restore our glory in the future? On the other side, when Wang Luoyu returned and saw Yi Qiangwei again, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Big sister Qiangwei, you shouldn't leave for the time being. I'm going to marry Big Brother Li in a month's time. At that time, Uncle Yi will definitely come as well. You should wait until my wedding with Big Brother Li is over before returning with Uncle Yi. Yi Qiangwei was stunned when she heard Yi Qiangwei's words. What the hell? Who could tell her what was going on? Sister Luoyu, you. Yi Qiangwei's mind was filled with question marks. She could not understand what Wang Luoyu had experienced and why there was such a huge change in her. Chapter 44:21. Yi Qiangwei could not wrap her head around this. Was this really her sister Luoyu? Sister Qiangwei. As for Wang Luoyu, she also saw Yi Qiangwei's shock. She smiled slightly and said, previously, before I went to see Big Brother Li, my heart was indeed filled with unwillingness. I even lamented that I was unable to control my own fate. But after I saw Brother Li and chatted with him for almost an hour, I felt as though I had met a soulmate. Even though it's a little hard to believe, but I really did develop a good impression of Big Brother Li in just a short hour. I even look forward to being with him. As she spoke, Wang Luoyu's face was filled with infatuation. Yi Qiangwei could only frown, although she felt that something was not quite right. The Wang Luoyu before her was poles apart from the Wang Luoyu she knew. She did not seem like a person at all, however. When she scanned with her divine perception, she could confirm that the Wang Luoyu before her was the Wang Luoyu she knew and not someone in disguise. Granny. As Wang Luoyu spoke, the old woman, who was standing nearby, took out a disc array and activated layers of arrays, enveloping the courtyard they were in. Miss, right now, even the two grand elders of the Wang clan wouldn't be able to hear a single sound from here without me noticing, the old woman said to Yi Qiangwei. Yi Qiangwei's expression turned serious immediately. She looked at Wang Luoyu, her eyes filled with worry and unconcealable anger. Sister Luoyu, they must have forced you. You didn't want me to worry and asked me to help you. You were afraid of implicating my father, right? Now, no one in the Wang family will know about our conversation. You don't have to pretend to be fine and deceive me anymore, Yi Qiangwei said. Obviously, she did not think that Wang Luoyu's words were sincere. She thought that Wang Luoyu said that on purpose so that she would not worry. Sister Qiangwei. Wang Luoyu took 2 steps forward and held Yi Qiangwei's hand. She still had a sincere smile on her face. I was really not forced, Brother Li. I do have a good impression of him. Furthermore, even though we've only met for a short while, I can tell that he's someone worth trusting. At the very least, he's much stronger than those aristocratic descendants. Big Sister Rose, when you meet Big Brother Li, you'll naturally understand why I said this. He's really not someone those hedonistic sons of aristocratic families can compare to. As she finished speaking, the infatuated smile of a young girl in love once again appeared on Wang Luoyu's face, causing Yi Qiangwei to fall silent. Even now, Wang Luoyu was still acting like this. She couldn't help but question her own judgment. Sister Rose. Wang Luoyu smiled again and said, "You must want me to be happy, right?" "Of course." Yi Qiangwei nodded. "If you can really marry the man of your dreams, Big Sister Qiangwei will give you my blessings from the bottom of my heart. But if you don't want to, Big Sister Qiangwei will do her best to help you. No matter how difficult it is, I will help you." Yi Qiangwei spoke very seriously, and these were her heartfelt words, without a hint of falsehood. Wang Luoyu naturally knew this as well. So, in the depths of her heart, besides feeling touched, she also felt a little guilty. Yi Qiangwei could be said to be the person closest to her after the death of her brother Wang Yuan. Regarding her and that elder brother Duan, even if she were to tell her, she wouldn't tell on them. But since she had promised that elder brother Duan not to let anyone know about this matter, she naturally couldn't go back on her words. After all, the one who knew and understood Yi Qiangwei was her, and not that elder brother Duan. She trusted this big sister Rose of hers, but that elder brother Duan might not. "Big Sister Rose, don't worry, I really didn't force you. 1 month later, it'll be my wedding day with Big Brother Li. At that time, I still want you to help me dress up," Wang Luoyu said with a smile. When Yi Qiangwei heard this, a trace of gentleness flashed across her eyes. "Little Sister Luoyu, of course I have to personally help you dress up. I'm really curious, what kind of man can make you fall in love at first sight? Big Sister Rose, if you want to see him, I'll see him in 2 days' time and ask if it's convenient for him to see you. If it's convenient, I'll arrange for the two of you to meet," Wang Luoyu said with a smile. Of course, her words were perfunctory. That elder brother Duan had come to the Wang family in Blue Dawn City to save her because of her brother Wang Yuan's dying wish. It was already commendable for him to go to this extent, so how could she trouble him and ask for his help? She, Wang Luoyu, was not an insatiable person. After the Wang family patriarch, Wang Kuei, left the family's spatial artifact, he naturally heard about the news from Dancing Sun City and Kanglan City. Although he knew about these two matters, he didn't pay much attention to them. He also didn't think that these two matters had anything to do with the Wang family's interaction with that freak, Li Feng. As for the matter of the Meng family from Kanglan City coming to propose marriage and being rejected, he didn't take it to heart. Or rather, he didn't remember anyone from the Meng family coming to propose marriage. In the past, the Meng family was only a second-rate family in Kanglan City. Although their status was on par with the Wang family in Blue Dawn City, the Wang family had once produced an ultimate powerhouse and had a deep foundation that the Meng family, which had never produced an ultimate powerhouse, could not compare to. Under such circumstances, the Wang family from Blue Dawn City had a sense of superiority when facing the Meng family from Kanglan City. Because of this, the Wang family did not take the Meng family's proposal seriously at all. In fact, the Wang family patriarch, Wang Kuei, did not even personally receive the Meng family's representative. He just casually sent a Wang family elder to send the representative away. In the Wang family's eyes, even if they wanted to use Wang Luoyu for a marriage alliance, they would not find a family that was not as good as the Wang family. Only those who were currently more powerful than the Wang family would be valued by the Wang family. Some of those with noble statuses would even be personally received by the Wang family patriarch, Wang Kuei. However, this did not include the direct descendant of the Meng family from Kanglan City, Meng Yuzheng. After waiting for more than half a month, the Meng family from Kanglan City finally saw the return of the Meng family's ancestor who had left to become an ultimate powerhouse. The moment the old man in a loose green robe appeared in the sky above Kanglan City, he was welcomed by the other ultimate powerhouses of Kanglan City. "Brother Meng, congratulations." "Haha, old Brother Meng, congratulations on becoming an ultimate powerhouse. Old Brother Meng, you're the first person in the history of the Meng family to become an ultimate powerhouse. In the future, your name will go down in history and you will be revered by the future generations of the Meng family." The few ultimate powerhouses from the first-rate families of Kanglan City who had come were all very familiar and polite to the green-robed old man in front of them. They knew the old man's previous strength. He was definitely not weaker than them before becoming an ultimate powerhouse. Now, although the old man had just become an ultimate powerhouse, his strength was not necessarily weaker than them who had not improved after becoming an ultimate powerhouse. In the face of such an existence, they naturally could not ignore him or even look down on him like they did before he became an ultimate powerhouse. Thank you, everyone. The green-robed old man's face was flushed red at this moment. When he saw the polite people in front of him, there was an indescribable excitement in the depths of his eyes. In the past, although he was only one step away from becoming an ultimate powerhouse, he was not an ultimate powerhouse after all. The difference between him and the people in front of him was like heaven and earth. He even had to look up to them. Now that he had become an ultimate powerhouse, he could be on equal footing with them. According to tradition, the Ming family he was in would also be promoted to a first-rate family in Kanglan City. Old brother Ming, since the Ming family has produced an ultimate powerhouse like you, then, from now on, the Ming family will also become a first-rate family in our Kanglan City. Before old brother Ming returned, we've already ceded some properties and handed them over to the Ming family. The current patriarch of the Ming family will personally take over. If old brother Ming feels that it's not enough, we can discuss it again. While the Ming family patriarch was receiving the ultimate powerhouses in Kanglan City, a group of people in the Ming family, including Ming Yujing, were eagerly waiting for the Ming family patriarch's return. There was a commotion just now. The patriarch should be back. The people who appeared just now seemed to be the supreme powerhouses of our Kanglan City. They came out together to welcome the patriarch. It's definitely not appropriate for us to go over directly now. It's better for us to wait for the patriarch's return in the family. Ming Yujing stood among the group of people in the Ming family. His eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. That Lanshao City's Wang family not only rejected my marriage proposal, but also the Ming family's marriage proposal. They actually dared to send an invitation to the Ming family to participate in Wang Luoyu's wedding with someone else? They're going too far. When the patriarch returns, I'll definitely make him avenge me. Wang Luoyu. Even if the Wang family has betrothed you to someone else, even if the Wang family is already preparing for your wedding, you're still mine. Your Wang family might have supreme powerhouses aiding you in the future. However, would those people help you? A descendant of the Wang family from a branch family who joined the main family and has a lowly bloodline? What a joke. Chapter 4422. Within Lanshao City. Originally, it was filled with news from afar about the annihilation of the 5 major clans of Dancing Sun City, the fall of an ultimate powerhouse, the destruction of Dancing Sun City, and the appearance of a new ultimate powerhouse in Kanglan City. However, recently, these 2 shocking pieces of news were suppressed by another piece of news. This piece of news was that the Wang clan of Lanshao City would be holding a wedding in half a month's time. In fact, this piece of news had spread half a month ago. However, even after half a month, the news did not die down. Instead, it became more and more lively as the wedding approached. This time, it said that the Wang clan is marrying off their daughter to a young genius from outside the Tiansha region. As for whether he has a strong background, it's unknown. That young genius must be extraordinary to be able to make the Wang clan marry off Wang Luoyu. That's right. The Wang clan has always been a person who won't act unless there's an incentive. It's almost impossible for them to do a losing business. The wedding is in half a month's time. At that time, there will be many clans from the dozens of major cities in the Tiansha region who will send people over. Also, many of the forces in the wilderness will have received the Wang clan's invitation. I wonder if the Wang clan's ancestors' influence will be able to invite an ultimate powerhouse. If an ultimate powerhouse really comes, it will definitely cause a chain reaction. There will be other ultimate powerhouses coming as well. If that's the case, it'll be really lively. Everyone in Lanshao City was discussing the mysterious son-in-law of the Wang clan who came from outside the Tiansha region. They were curious about where he came from and how talented he was to be able to make the Wang clan willingly marry off Wang Luoyu, who was known as the most beautiful woman in Lanshao City. Duan Lingtian, who occasionally walked out of the Wang clan, naturally saw and heard the commotion in Lanshao City. However, his thoughts were not here. Instead, he wanted to know more about the Wang clan in Lanshao City. In the process, he also learned a lot about the 4 first-rate clans in Lanshao City. The 4 first-rate clans in Lanshao City all had ultimate powerhouses in their current generation. They were also the most powerful clans in Lanshao City. They were actually against the Wang clan, But because the Wang clan still had some connections with some supreme experts in the outside world, they were still polite to the Wang clan on the surface. For example, the Wang family's wedding banquet in half a month's time might not be attended by the family heads of the first-class families in other cities, but the four major families in Lanshao City definitely had family heads there. Even if the clan head didn't come, the Great Elder, whose status wasn't much lower than the clan head, would come. In Lanshao City, the four first-rate families still gave face to the Wang family on the surface. As the saying goes, the predecessor plants the tree, and the successor enjoys the shade. The Wang clan had a supreme expert in the past. Even though the supreme expert is no longer around, he still brought them all kinds of benefits. In Lanshao City, most of the industries were in the hands of the four first-rate families. Below them, the one who controlled the most assets was the Wang family. It was to the point that the Wang clan controlled more than twice the amount of the other second-rate clans. This showed the Wang family's foundation in Lanshao City. Humph! I don't know what kind of bewitching potion the Wang family had, Wang Kuei, ate to actually betroth Wang Luoyu to him. Within the Tiansha region, there are young geniuses who are more outstanding than him. I don't even know how many there are. If you ask me, if that kid goes up against you, young master, I'm afraid he'll be defeated by you in less than 3 moves. Duan Ling Tian slowly walked past a large street. On the street that was filled with people, a master and servant walked past, and the conversation between the two entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Hearing that, Duan Ling Tian was startled at first, but then he shook his head and smiled. He didn't take it seriously. Looks like the Wang clan has done a good job of keeping my information a secret. At least, they didn't tell anyone that my strength is close to that of an invincible high-level supreme god. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had no idea of his current strength. It wasn't until recently that he had a better understanding of the outside world that he realized how shocking the strength he displayed at the age of less than 10,000 years old was. Of course, across the 10,000 worlds and the outside world, there were such geniuses. However, without exception, they were all well-known figures. Although they were still young and had not stepped into the realm of an invincible high-level supreme god or become an ultimate expert, they were already more famous than many of the older generation experts who were close to becoming an invincible high-level supreme god. All of this was because they were younger. Youth represented limitless possibilities. For example, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, if he was already past his prime and had even been injured when facing the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, then who would think that he had a chance to become an invincible high-level supreme god or even an ultimate expert? Although becoming an ultimate expert did not necessarily require one to pass the threshold of an invincible high-level supreme god, that kind of existence almost had no hope of becoming an ultimate expert in their lifetime. They were too old. If they could really break through, they wouldn't have to wait until then. For existences at that age, unless they had some special encounter, breaking through was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There are also differences in strength among those who have just entered the ultimate expert realm. After coming to the outside world, Duan Lingtian not only understood many things about the outside world, but he also understood many things about the later part of his cultivation journey. There were those who had just entered the ultimate expert realm who were close to becoming an invincible high-level supreme god, and those who were close to becoming an ultimate expert, and those who were close to becoming an ultimate expert. The former, even if they had just entered the ultimate realm, was stronger than an invincible high-level supreme god. However, the latter, even if they had just entered the ultimate realm, was far stronger than the former. They were both ultimate experts who had just entered the ultimate realm. However, the strength of an invincible high-level supreme god was so strong that they were considered very strong even among the ultimate experts. Some high-level supreme gods who had not experienced the stage of being an invincible high-level supreme god and had been in the ultimate realm for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years might not be comparable to an invincible high-level supreme god who had just entered the ultimate realm. Becoming an invincible high-level supreme god depends more on talent and comprehension. I have 2 ultimate expert godhoods as support, so it's not impossible for me to become an invincible high-level supreme god. Of course, The ultimate expert godhoods can only be used as support. In the outside world, there may be fewer ultimate expert godhoods, but they are definitely not fewer than an invincible high-level supreme god. This also means that even with the ultimate expert godhoods, one may not necessarily be able to become an invincible high-level supreme god. Although Duan Lingtian had the ultimate expert godhoods in his hands, he did not blindly believe that he would definitely become an invincible high-level supreme god with the help of the ultimate expert godhoods. If it was so easy to become an invincible high-level supreme god, it would not be that the number of invincible high-level supreme gods in the outside world and even in the infinite worlds was less than the number of ultimate experts. This was something that had shocked Duan Lingtian for a long time. According to many people's investigations, the number of invincible high-level supreme gods in the outside world and even in the infinite worlds was less than 1/10 of the ultimate experts. This was terrifying. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to become an invincible high-level supreme god. It's said that there are some people who clearly have the confidence to become an ultimate expert, but they suppress their breakthrough. They want to become an ultimate expert after becoming an invincible high-level supreme god. Some people say that after becoming an ultimate expert, cultivation is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's extremely difficult to increase one's strength after that. Therefore, if one becomes an invincible high-level supreme god before breaking through to become an ultimate expert, one can be considered one of the best among the ultimate experts after becoming an ultimate expert. Some people also say that as long as one's lifespan is still long and one is still young, it's best to try and become an invincible high-level supreme god. To a certain extent, becoming an invincible high-level supreme god gives one a greater sense of accomplishment than becoming an ultimate expert. Invincible high-level supreme gods are also the targets that all the ultimate experts fight to win over. Once an invincible high-level supreme god becomes an ultimate expert, they will be the strongest among the ultimate experts. Even if they don't become an ultimate expert, they will still have the ability to be invincible among those below the ultimate expert level. There are many fortuitous encounters in the outer realms. There are some places with amazing fortuitous encounters that even supreme masters can't enter. Even if there are treasures that even supreme masters would covet, they can only look at them and can't take them. Under such circumstances, if only those below the ultimate expert level enter, an invincible high-level supreme god will undoubtedly have a great advantage. Many ultimate experts try to win over an invincible high-level supreme god because of this. Invincible high-level supreme god. Unknowingly, these words seem to have taken root in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was as though there was a voice constantly reminding him that even if he had the opportunity to become an ultimate expert in the future, it was best to suppress his cultivation base and try to become an ultimate expert after becoming an invincible high-level supreme god. Yun Qing Yin has merged with the Bai Hun clan and has the ability of an ultimate expert. However, according to the Xia clan's ultimate expert ancestor, he should only be an ordinary ultimate expert. If I rashly enter the ultimate realm before becoming an invincible high-level supreme god, even if I meet him, I might not be stronger than him. If I'm not stronger than him, I won't be able to suppress him and force him to release Ker's soul imprisonment power. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he thought about his wife, Ker. He naturally hadn't forgotten his original intention for coming to the outer dimension this time. It was to save his wife, Ker. Of course, even if I become an invincible higher ultimate god, it will still take some time for me to enter the ultimate realm. However, as long as I become an invincible higher ultimate god, there will be an ultimate realm expert who will extend an olive branch to me. At that time, I will be able to negotiate with the other party and ask them to help me find that person and force him to release Ku'er's soul shackles. If that's the case, I'll be able to save Ku'er before I become an omnipotent. Also, if it's an extremely powerful ultimate powerhouse who is considered a top existence among the ultimate powerhouses of the 10,000 realms or even the ultimate powerhouses of the outer realms, they might be able to help Ku'er break the seal on her soul. During this period of time in the outer realm, I've learned more about the Bai Hun clan. Those who are stronger than them by a certain level can also forcefully release their soul imprisonment power. For example, even if it's an invincible high-level supreme god from the Bai Hun clan, any ultimate expert can easily remove the soul imprisonment power from their soul imprisonment power. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought about this. Unknowingly, he clenched his fists tightly. I, Duan Lingtian, I must become an invincible high-level supreme god. Compared to becoming an invincible high-level supreme god without becoming an invincible high-level supreme god, he was more confident that he could save his wife, Kerr. Chapter 44-23. Invincible Upper-Level Ultimate God. I must become an invincible upper-level ultimate god. This thought lingered in Duan Lingtian's mind for a long time, as though he was possessed. At the same time, he stood on the side of the street as though his acupoints had been sealed. The sudden action of a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by. However, no one disturbed Duan Lingtian. From their point of view, this young man was either rich or noble. Now that he was standing there in a daze, it could be that he had some enlightenment and cultivation, or even had an epiphany. At this time, if they rashly disturbed him, it was very likely that they would become enemies. The best thing to do was to observe or pretend that they did not see anything. Unknowingly, a young woman walked slowly from the end of the street with an old woman. Granny, do you think Luoyu is really willing? Even though it had been half a month since Wang Luoyu said that she was willing to marry that man, Yi Changwei was still unwilling to believe that Wang Luoyu was willing to marry that man. Mississippi, the old woman heard and sighed. She naturally knew what her miss was thinking. After all, she had watched Yi Changwei grow up. Do you think this is still important? Judging from Miss Luoyu's state in the past half a month, there is no abnormality. This also means that either what she said is true and she is willing to marry that man, or what she said is false. Either that, or what she said was false, but since she's so stubborn, it means that she's already mentally prepared and made a decision. Although I don't know Miss Luoyu as well as you do, I can see that she is the kind of person who looks weak but has a strong heart. What you can do now is to follow her wishes and not create unnecessary problems. Otherwise, her efforts will go to waste. The old woman said. Yi Changwei was silent when she heard the old woman's words. She walked in silence for a while with a confused look in her eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her empty eyes. Immediately, her originally unfocused eyes focused again. It's him. With just a glance, Yi Changwei recognized the young man who stood motionlessly by the side of the road like a statue. He was the mysterious young man who had saved her on the way to Blue Dawn City. Back then, when he had parted ways with the Wang clan, he was still thinking of using his connections with the Wang clan to investigate the other party's whereabouts and background. However, what happened to her sister, Wang Luoyu, caused her to completely forget about looking for her. Even if she occasionally thought about it, she didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that they would meet again here? Miss, it's that benefactor. At the same time that Yi Changwei discovered Duan Lingtian, the old woman behind her also discovered Duan Lingtian. In addition to gratitude, there was also some respect in her eyes. After all, although the other party was young, he was an existence that was more powerful than him. He was suspected to be an existence close to the invincible high-level ultimate god. He was less than 10,000 years old, but he was suspected to be close to the invincible high-level ultimate god level. Throughout the history of the Tiansha territory, he had never seen or heard of such a person. He can't be experiencing an epiphany on the street, right? Soon, Yi Changwei discovered that the other party's condition was not right. As for the old woman behind her, she moved almost at the instant her words left her mouth. In the blink of an eye, she arrived near the young man. She stood there, and without alarming the young man, she vigilantly surveyed her surroundings. Her chi was also locked down on the area within a circumference of 100 meters. If there was any movement that was unfavorable to the young man, she would be the first to discover it and intervene. Although she was not very familiar with the young man, half a month ago, if it were not for his help, she would have died in the hands of the experts from the Blood Sea organization and her miss would have been taken away. Although the other party had no intention of asking them to repay his kindness, she remembered it in her heart. Now, seeing that the other party seemed to have entered a certain state, her first thought was to protect the other party so that no one would disturb him. Although she wasn't sure what the other party's situation was, she believed that her actions would only benefit the other party. Yi Qiangwei also reacted in the next moment. She quickly moved to the other side of Duan Lingtian and protected the Duan Lingtian with the old woman. At that moment, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what the two of them were doing. Although he seemed to be in a daze as though his soul had left his body, it was only because he was not in any danger. Otherwise, he would have regained his senses immediately. Currently, his mind was filled with the crazy thought of becoming an invincible higher ultimate god. As a result, his mind was in a mess and he could not calm down. However, this state did not last for long before it was suppressed by him. When he had completely calmed down, he opened his eyes and saw the master and servant who were protecting him. A hint of gentleness flashed in his eyes. He could tell what the two of them were doing. Although he knew he did not need them to do this, he also knew the two of them could not possibly understand his state earlier. They might have thought he was experiencing an epiphany and were guarding him vigilantly. No matter what, based on his character, he was destined to accept this favor. Thank you, both of you. Duan Lingtian thanked the two in front of him and cupped his hands slightly. His expression was solemn. You're awake? Yi Qiangwei's expression softened. The young man in front of her was obviously different from the heartless he was when they parted ways previously. It was obvious he was enlightened by her and her mother-in-law's actions. At that moment, the old woman also regained her senses and sighed. I thought you were comprehending something, but I didn't expect you were just in a daze. My lady and I were worried for nothing. At that moment, the old woman also sensed from Duan Lingtian's faint aura when he regained his senses that the young man in front of her was also vigilant of his surroundings. Moreover, he was not comprehending anything. He was just in a daze. Under such circumstances, the young man had the ability to protect himself. No matter what, I still have to thank both of you. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. His attitude was gentle, completely different from when he was facing Yi Qiangwei earlier. Then, at that moment, Yi Qiangwei's eyes turned. Now, can you tell me? What's your name? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then, he shook his head and smiled. There's nothing that can't be said. Misty, my name is Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that the Ye family's Miss Yi Qiangwei and Wang Luoyu from the Wang family were best friends who could talk about anything. If he knew, perhaps he would consider if he should tell her his real name. Of course, the current him was indebted to Yi Qiangwei and her servant for protecting him, so he did not conceal his true identity. Duan Lingtian. Yi Qiangwei silently remembered this name in her heart. At the same time, a smile bloomed on her face. Elder brother Duan, is the family or sect behind you from the outer realm or the three great realms? Obviously, Yi Qiangwei was still curious about Duan Lingtian's origin. Neither. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The realm I'm in is one of the 18 realms below the three great realms. What? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only was Yi Qiangwei stunned, but even the old woman turned pale with fright. The 18 realms that were inferior to the three great realms actually gave birth to such a monstrous existence. Chapter 44-24. Although Duan Lingtian had mentioned his background, he did not elaborate further. He even said all this because Yi Qiangwei and the old woman had protected him earlier, and he owed them a favor. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother to tell them his name, let alone his origin. Of course, even if he did not elaborate on his background, both Yi Qiangwei and the old woman were shocked when they heard that Duan Lingtian came from the 10,000 worlds and was not from one of the three great worlds that stood at the peak of the 10,000 worlds. Perhaps, he has the bloodline of a supreme expert, and that super expert just so happened to have stayed in his home domain and left behind a descendant there. Yi Qiangwei and the old woman looked at each other. When Yi Qiangwei communicated with the old woman, she said that she could not understand, and the old woman made such a guess. This guess was quickly approved by Yi Qiangwei. Other than this, she really could not think of any other possibility. Young Master Duan, do you have anything to do in Blue Dawn City? Yi Qiangwei was a little reserved in front of Duan Lingtian, so she could only let the old woman ask Duan Lingtian on her behalf. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard the old woman's question. I do have something to do. However, it's almost done, and I'll leave this place when the time comes. Duan Lingtian exchanged a few more pleasantries with the old woman, then nodded to Yi Qiangwei and turned to leave. Yi Qiangwei brought the old woman and looked at Duan Lingtian's back view from afar. Her gaze was especially complicated. Even she did not know why, but she had an inexplicable feeling toward this young man with a mysterious background and monstrous talent. She only felt that he was completely different from the young talents she had met before. In front of him, the young talents she had met before were not even worth mentioning. Mississippi at this moment, the old woman seemed to have vaguely seen through Yi Qiangwei's thoughts, and she sighed. You and him are people from two different worlds. Perhaps her family's young miss had yet to develop feelings of admiration for that young Master Duan. However, she was definitely filled with admiration and curiosity. And this was often the beginning of a woman's downfall. She, too, had been young once. She knew very well that women of this age were easily muddle-headed and even one-track-minded. Granny, what are you saying? Yi Qiangwei's cheeks reddened as her thoughts were exposed. I don't like him. I just feel that he's different from other men. I believe what Miss said. The old woman nodded. What I said just now was just to remind Miss. Don't be curious about him. Just treat him as a passerby in your life. Perhaps, after he leaves Lanshao City in half a month's time, the two of you will never meet again. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of the conversation between Yi Qiangwei and the old woman after he left. After he left, he wandered around Lan Xiaoqing for a while before returning to the Wang family. He returned to the VIP courtyard that the Wang family had arranged for him. For the next period of time, he did not plan to go out again. He just wanted to wait for the wedding day to arrive. At that time, he and Wang Luoyu would finish their act and leave with Wang Luoyu. After settling Wang Luoyu down, he could continue to pursue his goal. In the past, his goal had only been to grow stronger and find the supreme expert from the succubus clan who had merged with Yun Qingyan. At the same time, he was worried that he would not be able to do anything to the supreme expert from the succubus clan. Now, his goal was to become an invincible higher ultimate god. As long as he became an invincible higher ultimate god, he would be valued by the ultimate experts. At that time, he would choose a powerful ultimate expert to work for him. Perhaps he would be able to get the ultimate expert to save Kerr. However, Duan Lingtian wanted to wait quietly for the wedding day, but there were people who would not let him wait. On this day, the Wang family welcomed two uninvited guests. These two people were from the Ming clan of Zhonglan City that had been the talk of the town recently. The Ming family of Kanglan City was frequently mentioned and discussed because an ultimate expert had recently appeared in the Ming family of Kanglan City. Moreover, it was the first ultimate expert in the history of the Ming family. Everyone was talking about how the Ming family was going to rise to prominence this time. Young Master Ming, please come in. I have informed the patriarch, and he is waiting for you in the reception hall. Outside the Wang family mansion, one of the Wang family elders who had been in charge of accumulating power respectfully led a young man and a middle-aged man through the main gate into the Wang family mansion. The young man was none other than Meng Yuzheng, a direct descendant of the Ming family of Kanglan City. In fact, this was not Meng Yuzheng's first visit to the Wang family mansion. Not long ago, he had visited the Wang family mansion, but he had not received such preferential treatment at that time. At that time, he had not even met the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, before he was dealt with. However, today, he was being treated differently when he visited the Wang family mansion again. This was because an ultimate expert had appeared in the Wang family mansion. He believed that if he told the Wang family that the ultimate expert was the patriarch of the Wang family mansion and loved him dearly, it could be said that he was the Wang family mansion's most beloved descendant. The patriarch of the Wang family mansion, Wang Kuei, would definitely not just wait for him in the reception hall. He would definitely come out to welcome him personally. Young Master Ming, you must be here to represent the Ming family and attend our Wang family's wedding in 10 days, right? Young Master Ming, you are early. In the next 10 days, I will arrange for you to walk around the Lanqiao city. All your expenses will be paid by the Wang family." The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, was very polite when he faced Meng Yujing in the reception hall. Now, he was certain that Meng Yujing was here on behalf of the Meng family of Kanglan City. Under such circumstances, he naturally did not dare to neglect this representative of the Wang family. After all, the Meng family of Kanglan City was no longer the same as before. The Meng family, which had produced an ultimate expert, had risen in status. At least within the Tiansha region, they were above the Wang family of Kanglan City. He was not worried that Meng Yujing would spend recklessly after he said that the Wang family would pay for his expenses in the Lanqiao city. He was giving face to Meng Yujing and the Meng family of Kanglan City. If Meng Yujing were to act recklessly, not only would he be humiliated, but the Meng family of Kanglan City would be humiliated as well. He did not think that someone who was sent as a representative by the Meng family of Kanglan City would act recklessly. Therefore, when he said these words, he was very casual and did not have the slightest hesitation. When Meng Yujing heard Wang Kuei's words, he was first stunned. Then, his expression turned cold. "Patriarch Wang, what do you mean by this? Are you humiliating me, Meng Yujing?" Meng Yujing's expression changed instantly. His tone was unfriendly as he questioned loudly, "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.